Hola a todos, todas y todes. En esta oportunidad queremos presentarles un proyecto colaborativo entre Wikimedia Argentina y el Centro de Documentación Indígena de la provincia del Chaco, provincia que se encuentra en el nordeste de nuestro país, Argentina, y en la cual habitan pueblos originarios, entre ellos Com, Mocovi y Wichí, que estarían participando en este proyecto. Mi nombre es Patricia Salatino y soy asistente de proyecto, que comenzó en septiembre de 2022 con una duración prevista de 1 año y ha sido financiado por la Fundación Williams tras salir ganador de una convocatoria Cultura, Ciencia, Coinnovación, Territorios y Redes de la Fundación Williams y Potencial. El proyecto Cartografías Abiertas propone la circulación de las voces indígenas en Internet, en particular de estos 3 pueblos, Com, Wichí y Mocovi. Y para eso se propuso la creación y desarrollo de una plataforma accesible, cargar y visualizar contenido relativo a estos pueblos en un mapa interactivo que fue desarrollado a su vez a partir de la adaptación de la herramienta Wikiyuki. El diseño y desarrollo de la plataforma estuvo a cargo de la cooperativa ALT, que siguió una modalidad participativa e inclusiva en permanente diálogo con los distintos integrantes del equipo. Para la primera carga de contenidos al mapa se hizo una recopilación de material. Para esto se contó con el apoyo y la participación de instituciones públicas del Chaco, como museos e institutos, que pusieron a disposición sus reservorios culturales y científicos, algunos de los cuales fueron digitalizados por primera vez en el marco de este proyecto. Todo este material, como todo el contenido que vaya a ser cargado en la plataforma, quedará vinculado a proyectos Wikimedia como Wikimedia Commons y Wikidata. Dado que la idea del proyecto también es promover la participación de las personas indígenas en el uso de la plataforma, se pensó en ponerla a disposición en 4 lenguas, no solo español, sino también con Wichí y Mocovi. Para esta tarea se contó con la participación de traductores indígenas que se encontraron con el desafío de no solo traducir palabras de uso cotidiano, sino también palabras específicas vinculadas a estas tecnologías. El desarrollo del proyecto en su totalidad involucró entonces tareas de coordinación, de programación y desarrollo, de recopilación y digitalización de contenidos y de traducción. A continuación, los integrantes del equipo multidisciplinario y pluricultural van a compartirles los desafíos que se encontraron con el desarrollo de cada una de sus tareas.
Mi nombre es Angie Cerrollera y soy la coordinadora del programa de Cultura y Conocimiento Abierto de Wikimedia Argentina. Wikimedia Argentina y el Centro de Documentación Indígena vienen colaborando juntos desde 2021, cuando este espacio participa de una formación en procesos archivísticos y digitalización, dando a conocer el trabajo que se realiza respecto a los contenidos vinculados a los pueblos originarios del Chaco. A partir de entonces, trabajamos con el CDI en el acceso abierto a información de la cultura y la historia de estos pueblos originarios, buscando distintas maneras de socializar información sobre espacios relevantes, sobre referentes de la comunidad y otros. Realizamos talleres de escritura y publicación de artículos en Wikipedia, cargamos colecciones fotográficas en Wikimedia Commons, lo cual nos fue llevando a crear vínculos con estudiantes, con docentes y con trabajadores indígenas. Participamos también de espacios de difusión internacional como Wikimania en 2021, la revista Archivos, la Semana de la Descripción de Imágenes, organizada por la Fundación Wikimedia, y Wikilabs Living Heritage, este año 2023. Cuando nos presentamos a la convocatoria de Fundación Williams y Potenciar, se nos ocurrió un proyecto que pudiera poner a dialogar los contenidos que ya existen de los pueblos indígenas y la visión que tienen estos sobre esos contenidos. Una suerte de actualización y también de justicia, ya que muchos de esos contenidos fueron creados sin su consentimiento, ¿no? Los contenidos que circulan en Internet habitualmente. Para ello elegimos una herramienta llamada WikiShootMe, que crea elementos en Wikidata y permite asociarlos con imágenes que ya están en Wikimedia Commons o que los propios usuarios cargan, dándoles ese poder de decisión sobre los contenidos a compartir. Además, vinculándolos con identificadores o keys en Wikidata que les hagan verdadero sentido. Un proceso largo y de mucha consulta entre pares que nos llevó finalmente a generar cartografías abiertas, la plataforma multilingüe que promueve la participación de los pueblos indígenas.
La Yagyanikpi, kami Sequita Penavit, Ayem Comlet, Ayem Yenagat Raúl Manuel Fernández. Buenas tardes a todos, yo soy Raúl Manuel Fernández, soy del pueblo Com, soy auxiliar docente aborigen, estudiante de Derecho, también soy profesor en Ciencia de la Educación, perito traductor e intérprete jurídico para el Poder Judicial, también soy experto indígena en Derecho Humano y Cooperación Internacional. Mi función dentro de lo que fue el desarrollo y la adaptación de este proyecto, el cual se denomina Cartografías Abiertas, fue más que nada en la vinculación interinstitucional con lo que es el CDI, que es Centro de Documentación Indígena, del cual formo parte y cumplo el rol de director actualmente, es vincular este proyecto con otras entidades provinciales, los cuales serán los principales objetivos en un principio para poder llevar a cabo este proyecto. Considerando la importancia que tendríamos a la hora de salir al territorio, consideramos que las redes propuestas por la Subsecretaría de Interculturalidad y Plurilingüismo, que tiene docentes en todo el terreno quienes serían los primeros nexos para poder avanzar con este proyecto, consideramos que sería importante tener una vinculación especial con esta entidad por la cual se entabló una relación y empezamos a trabajar de forma colaborativa. También hablamos y convenimos con lo que es el Instituto de Cultura de la provincia del Chaco para coordinar esfuerzos más que nada para la ejecución del proyecto mismo. La importancia de este proyecto tiene que ver con la visibilización de la perspectiva indígena en cuanto a su historia y trayectoria, su presencia en el territorio y su preexistencia y su aún existencia y desarrollo dentro del territorio provincial y nacional, desde sus propias voces. Esto también implica que nosotros, desde nuestro punto de vista y desde mi posición, tener especial cuidado con el acervo cultural que no se está permitido compartir, ya que muchas veces hay acervos culturales que no son factibles de compartir por el sentido de resguardar muchas veces la intimidad de nuestro pueblo, ya que compartir muchas veces nuestra información implica regalar un poco de nuestra identidad.
Mi nombre es Emilio Bernal, soy archivista del Centro de Documentación Indígena, web, lugar de nuestra palabra. Dentro del proyecto de cartografías abiertas, mi trabajo era la búsqueda y recuperación de información de las instituciones que contenían documentación. En las instituciones en las cuales se pudo hacer el recorrido, incluían 8 instituciones que pertenecían al Instituto de Cultura del Chaco, museos y instituciones de investigación.
Hola, mi nombre es Evelyn Ferreira, trabajé para el Centro de Documentación Indígena. Junto con Emilio estuvimos haciendo la búsqueda y recuperación de materiales, más que nada para lo que fue digitalización fueron documentos fotográficos, pero fotografías, recortes de diarios. También se trabajó mucho con instituciones educativas en la búsqueda de recopilación de investigaciones realizadas dentro de las comunidades y por las comunidades, para diferenciar.
En este trabajo nosotros hicimos la visita a los lugares, realizamos el inventario de cada una de las piezas documentales. Como bien lo decía Eve, eran fotografías, folletos, recortes periodísticos, entre otros, en el cual se buscó realizar una identificación de cada uno de esos documentos, realizar justamente una estructura involucrando simbologías que implicaban alfanuméricas que correspondían al Centro de Documentación Indígena, las siglas de los lugares a los cuales visitamos y una breve descripción de cada una de las piezas documentales, los formatos, una breve introducción de qué era lo que contenía cada pieza, y luego eso se fue digitalizando junto con un escáner de mano, que fue justamente tanto el escáner como un disco de almacenamiento de esa información que nos fueron cedidos gracias justamente al proyecto de cartografías, y luego esa información se fue guardando, se fue resguardando, y luego se hizo la selección que iba a formar parte de la plataforma de cartografías abiertas.
Hola, soy Elena, soy de Alt Cooperativa, soy diseñadora, y les voy a contar un poco cómo fue el proceso de diseño. Lo más llamativo de este proyecto fue la variedad de grupos de interés y de colaboración que tuvo, como son los pueblos indígenas, investigadores y docentes de Chaco y el equipo de trabajo de Wikimania. Cada grupo con sus propios intereses, objetivos y particularidades. Podemos decir que este proyecto se abordó con accesibilidad, pero con una accesibilidad de una forma integral, para llegar a personas con diferentes backgrounds culturales. Se buscó al usuario con menos herramientas tecnológicas e idiomáticas y se trabajó a partir de esas características para diseñar una plataforma inclusiva cuyo flujo de uso sea lo más sencillo posible. El contenido se ordenó de forma lineal con soportes gráficos que responden y acompañan cada texto, dándole sentido más allá de lo estético. Y todos los elementos, otra particularidad, cuentan con contraste AAA de la guía WCAG, que es la guía de accesibilidad de Internet. También cabe destacar que todos los textos alternativos también se encuentran en estos 4 idiomas, al igual que todo el proceso de carga y administración de contenido.
Hola, soy Natalia Ciraolo, desarrolladora full stack. Bueno, en este proyecto quisimos construir una plataforma que demuestre un respeto profundo por el medio ambiente y que se conecte con los valores de los pueblos originarios a quienes pertenecen. Para esto nos dispusimos a generar un código artesanal sustentable sin la utilización de bibliotecas, plugins ni frameworks, cuya implementación descuidada va en contra de los principios de una web eficiente y ecológica. Este cometido logramos llevarlo completamente a cabo en el frontend utilizando JavaScript vainilla y maquetados de cero con HTML y CSS. Afrontamos el desafío de la accesibilidad cultural al utilizar idiomas con escritura menos reconocida por los editores de código. Este reto nos impulsó a diseñar meticulosamente la arquitectura web para abarcar la diversidad y longitud de caracteres y símbolos. Requerimos una atención especial y realizamos ajustes cuidadosos para evitar que el editor de código modificara ciertos símbolos y los confundiera con etiquetas de código. De igual manera, están tenidos en cuenta los aspectos de accesibilidad web recomendados por el W3C para que sea un sitio accesible a todo el mundo. En cuanto al backend, esta área presentó un desafío enorme y complejo. Trabajé en estrecha colaboración con Lucía Cáceres, una colega especializada en PHP, para abordar la API de Wikimedia. Lo que consideramos más valioso resaltar de este proceso fue la traducción del trabajo de campo antropológico a la estructuración de datos para una plataforma digital. Fue un proceso intenso que nos permitió fusionar la riqueza de conocimientos culturales con las capacidades tecnológicas. Estamos muy contentas con el logro de este proyecto. Como desarrolladora web considero que no siempre se tiene la posibilidad de trabajar en equipos tan interdisciplinarios y diversos. En general, proponer que la web sea sustentable y accesible no es sencillo, ya que es algo que la mayor parte de la gente en este medio no suele interesar. Personalmente, fue un gran crecimiento y enriquecimiento humano y profesional haber podido trabajar con este equipo.
Lagranaga, seguint la pena family, y envíen a Fabián Valdés, y en Mike, de la Nina San Bernardo, que nada, Chaco. Buenas tardes a todos, mi nombre es Fabián Valdés, soy de la localidad de San Bernardo, de la provincia del Chaco, soy docente bilingüe intercultural. Con respecto al trabajo de esto, que tuve la parte de traducción y de idioma y originario en la parte de Mojoy, digamos, Catpa, nuestro idioma. Bueno, una de las complicaciones que he tenido sobre la traducción o interpretación de las palabras, que durante el proceso que me encontraba, digamos, había palabras desconocidas o no existían en nuestras lenguas, por las que cual me tomaba el trabajo de recurrir a otros colegas, incluso ancianos, en busca de su ayuda, llegando a un punto donde no encontrábamos palabras que no tenían traducciones y comenzamos con la investigación en sus definiciones, etimologías, para poder interpretarlo y así llegando a cierto más satisfactorio, porque era un trabajo donde muchos jóvenes más que nada se incentivaron a seguir investigando y tratando de interpretar o traducir palabras nuevas que existen en la actualidad, ¿no? El enfoque intercultural de esta plataforma se podrá encontrar, o sea, es un mapa, digamos, que es muy importante, ¿no? Que nos permite poder visualizar, cargar, editar contenido relativo a la historia y cultura de los pueblos indígenas del Chaco, más que nada, Mojoy, Mojoy y Huichí. En este contexto se propone no solo la enseñanza de las lenguas originarias como una de las acciones que permite fortalecerla. En este trabajo sugiere espacios de interacción que permita a alumnos, profesores o personas de otros ámbitos, mediante el trabajo de las lenguas indígenas, conocer, reconocer, valorar su idioma y su cultura. Ya, chicos.
Más que nada lo que queremos rescatar es la importancia que tiene esta herramienta, si bien es algo nuevo. Muchos de nuestra generación no son ignorantes con respecto a las plataformas digitales, pero mucha de nuestra población indígena son neófitos en este tema y hay que rescatar la importancia de este elemento para hacer visible nuestra perspectiva. También considerando esto que es una herramienta muy ambigua para nuestras comunidades, tenemos que tener especial respeto con respecto a lo que se va a compartir. Muchas veces tenemos testimonios e historias personales y cosas de nuestro propio pueblo que está en dominio público, pero no es factible compartirlo abiertamente. Nosotros desde nuestro espacio estamos teniendo especial cuidado justamente en esto para que no se violen justamente los derechos de intimidad de nuestras comunidades.
Por este motivo, invitamos a la comunidad Wikimedia, a la comunidad global de este movimiento, a seguir trabajando con comunidades indígenas, con comunidades con menor representación, ¿no? en los proyectos Wikimedia, pero teniendo mucho respeto por esos conocimientos, utilizando las licencias libres cuando corresponda, con los permisos correspondientes de las personas indígenas que sean autoras, adaptándose también, ¿no? Y acompañando todos esos procesos que permiten que ese conocimiento, algunos sean más accesibles y otros continúen preservados por la comunidad.
¿Funciona esto? No me acomodo. Hola, hola. Hello, hello. Transcription no. Bueno, somos nosotras nomás, igual. Bien. Bueno, mi nombre es Angie Cervellera, soy del programa de Cultura y Conocimiento Abierto de Wikimedia Argentina y hoy les voy a contar un poco de un proyecto titulado Código Cultura. Jugar con las colecciones abiertas. En realidad ese es el nombre de la sesión, pero el proyecto es Código Cultura. Yo tengo esto. Bien. ¿Qué aprieto? Bueno, primero contarles un poco el por qué surge este proyecto, que yo considero que es una respuesta, ¿no?, al contexto de las instituciones argentinas, las instituciones culturales argentinas, en lo que, con lo que comprenden sobre el acceso abierto, ¿no?, que muchas veces queda, a través de la formación que damos Wikimedia Argentina y todos los programas, nosotros hacemos grandes esfuerzos porque las personas comprendan lo que es el acceso abierto, y si bien esto se comprende, muchas veces queda como una idea abstracta, ¿no?, como un concepto que tal vez queda reducido a abrir colecciones, a cargarlas en Wikimedia Commons, pero después no queda muy claro qué se puede hacer o digamos, cuáles son esos beneficios, ¿no? El proyecto, también da respuesta, observa esta situación de una falta de recursos en general, recursos técnicos, humanos, recursos económicos, financieros, que hacen que las instituciones argentinas se les dificulte implementar proyectos en el marco del acceso abierto y sobre todo proyectos innovadores. Por otro lado, notamos también, y es lo que solemos hacer desde Wikimedia Argentina, ¿no?, que es trabajar por proyectos específicos que les hagan sentido a esas comunidades culturales, ¿no? Y no ir con paquetes generales, globales, ¿no?, con soluciones que quizás traemos de otros continentes, ¿no?, de otros países donde funcionan, y quizás en el contexto argentino esto no es tan así. En definitiva, como pongo al final de la presentación, hay quizás una falta de motivación de poder adoptar finalmente las licencias libres o poder adoptar políticas de acceso abierto. ¿Tengo que apretar acá? Ya estoy descubriendo. Bueno, por eso nace la idea de jugar con las colecciones. Do you want me to speak in English also? I can do it. I can do half and a half. I was saying in the previous slide that there is a different context for cultural institutions in Argentina that involve less resources, economical resources, human resources. There's like a lack of understanding. People understand what's open access, but they don't really understand what is for, no? So that's why we are thinking on this type of projects I'm going to explain about. It is called Código Cultura, jugar con las colecciones, that it means playing with collections, with cultural heritage. So, nace esta idea entonces de jugar con las colecciones, teniendo como foco a los públicos, ¿no?, a las audiencias de los museos, pensar en alguna manera de poder interactuar, de poder generar diferente vínculo con las personas, con los visitantes, de reimaginar también, ¿no? Bueno, justamente yo creo que el acceso abierto nos permite esto, que es transformar, dar nuevos sentidos a elementos de la cultura, de los distintos contextos, y poner a dialogar finalmente, con el objetivo siempre, ¿no?, de difundir la historia y la cultura local. And now in English. This idea of playing with the collections has to do with thinking, no, on the different audiences and publics of the museums and other archives or libraries. Sorry, my background is museums, so I always talk about museums. Thinking on more participation, more interactive ways of approaching people, reimagining what's heritage about, why is it important for our culture, for our history, and starting new dialogues with people. So, de nuevo, ¿qué es Código Cultura? Finalmente, Código Cultura es un programa, ¿sí?, de formación, mentoreo y financiamiento de proyectos vinculados a tecnologías interactivas que impliquen finalmente la circulación de conocimiento abierto. Es una manera justamente de generar una instancia más innovadora que involucre el acceso abierto, que involucre abrir colecciones, pero que no sea simplemente subirlas a Wikimedia Commons, por ejemplo, ¿no? O cargarlas en Wikidata, sino que es un poco empezar al revés, empezar por qué es lo que queremos hacer y cómo lo podemos lograr. Bueno, pensar en el acceso abierto como una herramienta y como una manera de llegar a ese objetivo. El año pasado fue la primera edición y este año también quizás hagamos algo un poco más, con algunos cambios, porque siempre de todo esto se aprende. So Código Cultura is a program, a mentoring and training program and financial program at the end from Wikimedia Argentina for projects on museums, archives and libraries related to new technologies and open access. It's about thinking more instead of thinking why, just uploading pictures to Wikimedia Commons to make them accessible, it's like thinking the other way. Like, okay, we want to do this project, and why open access can be a tool for that. First edition was in 2022, and this year we are going to do it again with some changes. El programa está estructurado a través de distintos contenidos, en acceso abierto, en propiedad intelectual, en estructuras lúdicas y narrativas, básicamente al final fueron videojuegos, y obviamente los proyectos Wikimedia, ¿no? Digamos, todo ese marco conceptual sobre por qué el acceso abierto, básicamente, por qué el conocimiento libre, vinculado a los proyectos Wikimedia, y luego estos bloques de contenido que terminan dándole como este sentido de, bueno, la idea es poder generar proyectos de vinculación a través de la tecnología, más interactivos, ¿no? Tuvimos actividades, tuvimos clases sincrónicas con docentes especializados en distintas temáticas, como, propiedad intelectual, videojuegos, estructuras narrativas, tutores también que fueron ayudando a los distintos grupos que se postularon a esta convocatoria, y al equipo de Wikimedia Argentina, dando apoyo y sobre todo, enseñando cómo utilizar los proyectos Wikimedia. Usamos también, entre las actividades, generamos unos Padlets colaborativos. Creo que viene después una imagen ejemplo. Son unos documentos entregables, entonces semana a semana los participantes tenían que generar documentos aplicando todo lo que veían en esta formación. So, we had different contents on this program, on open access, project management, let's say, intellectual property. This is difficult to say. Video games, and Wikimedia projects. We had different activities like, online virtual videos, in person, at the same time, not asynchronic. We had some Padlets, collaborative Padlets to do activities, and these people that were joined this program were organized in groups, in working groups. So they had to complete some documents. They had to deliver week to week. No? So it was a really hard mentoring program. And we were we had some specialized teachers in all these different contents, and well, some tutors for these groups to work specially on how to achieve all these tasks, and well, the Wikimania Argentina team. This is an example about one of these Padlets. In this one, we can see that there was the task was to analyze the situation of the museum or the archive or the library, the institution, to know what was the initial situation, what was intended to change, what was the situation that they would like to achieve. So these Spanish people can read it because it's in Spanish, but in English, basically, this group says, for example, that a problem they could detect was that the people on this place didn't know about the origins. They didn't know how the village was created, who was like, how was created, who were the first people that were the first inhabitants. That there was a lack of communication with community, for example. The desired situation was community to be more active in their own local history context, everyday construction. No? And so there was like an objective idea that they defined that was making accessible for everyone the historical heritage of that city, that is Plaza Winkle, and we will see this one is the project that finally wins the financial aid. There's another example of one of our classes about video games. That was a really fun topic and innovative, because no one these people that joined the program, they really didn't know anything about all this world, neither me, so I learned a lot. And well, we explored about how to design, how different types of games were able to help people to understand better heritage, to solve puzzles, for example, to have a character, I don't know, making a quest to look up after objects. So there were a lot of very good ideas as regards how to be more interactive with people with their own collections. No? And well, this question is like, where are the projects wiki in all this? No? I'm talking about video games and open access, and what about wiki projects? Well, they are the support, the technical support, let's say, for having information to solve all these kind of tasks or quests inside the video games, to add general information about the places that all these projects are from, like to make people understand the context, no? For example, well, I'm giving examples again. But for example, a video game about a historical place would need Wikipedia to have good information about that place. So it was a motivation for these people to start editing and making contributions to Wikipedia. To Wikimedia Commons also, a place to put all the images, the used images or the referenced images, like the obras derivadas, I don't know how to say that. Derivated words, okay, works. And well, to promote activities on content creation that maybe are inside the same game, like for example, a character that, I don't know, asks students to create new content, and to continue that instance, you have to go and create content in Wiki. This is an example, again, Carmen Funes, that is the first person that lived in Plaza Winkle, this the city about the video game that won the financial aid was improved a lot after the video game. So there's also an image, an historical image about the how the city looked like 50 years ago, something like that. That's from the archive, and the other information also was improved by this group of people. One was from the archive of the city, and the other one from the museum. So we had like these two people very engaged on contributing to Wiki. Well, and here's I'm going to speak more about the project that won. That was this one, Carmen Funes, Adventures in the Past. That was in charge of the archive, this historical archive of Plaza Winkle and the Museo Carmen Funes. It's a video game where this character, Carmen, the first person that habits Plaza Winkle, invites to reconstruct the identity of this village, no, by having to investigate different objects, historical objects that has to be put on a map. Like that's the idea of the game. So in this game, let's see, yes, in this game we can see there really are not images about of the museum, but there are a lot of, when you click on different objects, they go to recreated images of, for example, that historical picture, or they go, in the computer, they go to the article of Wikipedia, and all these objects have information that can be found in these projects. No? And so people who are playing have to go and contribute or just search for this information. It can happen that they don't find information, maybe they can contribute as well. That would be awesome. So we have some challenges, challenges that we will take into account this year for the next edition. For example, institutions being very bureaucratic on a lot of topics, but firstly on receiving the financial aid. It was sometimes very difficult to make the group, the exact group that worked in this, receive the financial aid because bureaucracy. Then these people that were part of the group, they are cultural professionals, they work on every day on their museums, their archives, so they didn't have that much time to really work every day on this project, so it was really an effort for them as well. Well, as from our side, all these video games or interactive processes are really expensive, so we had to really try to adjust budgets and try to be like local, I mean, realizable. How do I say realizable? Achievable. Thank you so much. Achievable. Well, again, this collaborating with Wikimedia projects was difficult because of the lack of time of these workers, that they had to produce this video game and at the same time look for a lot of information to make better Wikimedia Commons and Wikipedia. And another challenge was that the final product is in open licenses also. So the video game itself, it has to be open license. So there was a lot of talking also with the other professionals, the programmer, the graphic designer, like make them understand also as well what is open access and why this is important, that it keeps like this. No? About this, the idea, maybe I say it here. Well, the idea was that this was in open access also, because other institutions can grab this whole project and have some parts of the coding or substitute some images or create their own video game, but having something that's a basis. So we have like the first, we make an opportunity for others, no, to replicate. So other opportunities were compromising people with open access and free culture. The alliances we can make with other people from the industry, no? From this innovative industry of video games or interactive products. At the same time, think of new ways to be Wikimedia movement more relevant, maybe even for young people, no? Like start thinking that maybe, it's super significant to upload documents to Commons, but maybe if you explain this to a young guy, he won't understand really why. So thinking on projects that where uploading and implementing this is part of, it may be more relevant and it may take more people to the movement as well, new people. Then, finding, motivation to collaborate with the projects, that was a big opportunity, and I think it was fulfilled. And, the free, how can I say that? Well, open up information and audiovisual content as well. I think that's all. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm open for any questions as regard this. Thank you. Any questions? I have 8 minutes left. I can repeat the question. Okay.
Wait, I have to repeat. Where can you find the games you created?
Well, that's important question. This project was, it started in 2022, but it started at the end of the year. So it's just been finalizing. What the screenshot that I showed is just a demo of this video game. So it is being finished right now. It will be uploaded to the Wikimedia, our Wikimedia Argentina website with a landing page, but it's still not there. Currently, we can access to a version where we can play and taste and try it. But later I can show you how to access, because we need a password. It's just to try it and make improvements. But yes, that's the idea. Oh, question, yes.
Thank you so much for this brilliant presentation. So I have a question about you. Have you ever collaborated with any other communities or any user groups, or you try to engage other people from globally in Wikimedia with your project, because it's amazing project, and I think you should do it if you are not, but I would like to hear from you.
Oh, okay. I really didn't. This was very local idea, but if you say so. Wikimedia, what is the GLAM team of Wikimedia Foundation knows about this project, because they had partially financiated it or put some money, some aid. So they know about this project. We have to keep talking to see how much results does it has, no, as regards numbers and the impact. But I think if I think if it's interesting for you, maybe it will be interesting for more people. So thank you so much for that comment. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. So, hi everyone. Thanks to be here with me. So, my presentation is about the community initiative Wiki Loves Literature. So, let me introduce myself first. I am Nitesh. My username is Nitesh Gill. I am a part of Punjabi Wikimedians user group since 2015. And my primary project is Wikipedia. My mainly focus is on women-related content on Punjabi Wikipedia, and I have started my 100 Wiki Days in 2017. It was my first time, but I decided to continue it, and I have done my more than 2,000 days. And I already created and developed articles under that challenge only. So yeah, it's about me. And I am here to talk about Wiki Loves Literature. So this is a community initiative. So as you can understand with the name of the project. So yeah, it's just a community initiative. So we started it with an editathon. So our focus was on literature only. So our community can create and develop and edit pages on Punjabi Wikipedia related to Punjabi literature. So it started in 2021 within the Punjabi community. It was for
only 15 days. And that time, all the communities sit together and try to create some content together. So next year in 2022, so we decided to bring more people to this initiative. Then we approached 3 more communities. We tried to approach more communities, but 3 communities responded to us. Those communities were Assamese community, Odia community, and Santali community. These communities are also Indian communities. So these 3, and 4th one was Punjabi community. So these 4 communities planned accordingly about Wiki Loves Literature, the initiative, and we decided to do this work together. So like we have planned and we prepared our own list. So then like it started with because Punjabi community is not that big community, but there are really amazing editors, and those editors are mainly for editing Wikipedia and Wikisource. We are also editing other projects, but our main focus is on Wikipedia and Wikisource. So because our group is also a literary student group, so means I and my friends are student of literature, Punjabi literature. So we decided to do something for literature. Gaurav Jammat, he is also a Punjabi Wikimedian, and I initiated it. We found there are many important articles which are missing in Punjabi Wikipedia. So we decided to start a kind of project or campaign so we can bring our Punjabi community members to create articles. So we only start with our Punjabi only. So we discussed with community supported this initiative, and then we did an experiment, I can say. So that was an experimental event. So we also need some clarity to do further. So then that was the result, because it was the 15 days editathon. So only a few people participated in it, like 6 people. And then we only had 185 edits. But yes, we after this initiative, we get to know how we can improve it. So then in 2022, here are some results from Assamese community, because I already mentioned we collaborated with 3 more communities. So it's this slide is for Assamese community results, and then it's for Punjabi community, and then Odisha community, and then it's for Santali community. So for these results, in 2022, we decided to use Fountain tool, so we can get to know how many users are working with us, how many created were, how many articles were created under this initiative only. So we also tracked with Wiki Loves Literature category. So yeah, so you can go through with these results. And so yeah, I am here on behalf of Punjabi community. So we want to continue this initiative. That's why we are presenting it here. So that project, we can involve these, we can edit at a time, we can edit 4 projects under this initiative: Wikipedia, Wikisource, Wikidata, and Wikimedia Commons. So on Wikipedia, we can create, improve, and develop or expand articles on Wikipedia. Also, we can add photographs, needed photographs in articles. So like we can complete our good articles, so we can improve this article's quality. Then also on Wikidata, we can create and update an item related to literature literature related item. So yeah, it's important for Wikidata as well. And in Wikimedia Commons, we know Wikimedia Commons is really important for us, and we can upload our photographs there. We can add videos, audios, such as writers' interviews, because we are already planning to do some interviews of writers. So we are also considering it in WLL. And we can also focus on Wikisource. So for Wikisource, we can do partnerships, we can upload text, we can digitize the text and books. So we can edit pages on Wikisource, because we are already doing on Punjabi Wikisource. So yeah, we can also edit Wikisource, and we can transcribe our books on Wikisource. So yeah, these kind of work we can do for under this initiative. So yeah, what's next? So as I mentioned, I am here for more collaborations. I want more. We want, Punjabi community wants more collaborations from the Wikimedia movement. It's because we need that kind of team, an international team, so we can sit together and we can find challenges, we can find what can we achieve, what we will cover with it if we are going with WLL. And we want it as a campaign, and we can do it as an annual activity for a month. So yeah, this is from my side. If you are interested to collaborate, if you want to know more, all the material is on MetaWiki, and also you can contact me. We can also have a chat. You can meet me in person. And also you can contact me on MetaWiki or on Wiki. So my username is Nitesh Gill. You can also email me at gilteshu@gmail.com. And also we have our in this campaign email address. So you can email us on wikilovesliterature@gmail.com. So yeah, thank you so much for joining this session. Thank you. If you have any questions, so please go ahead.
I have a question. I'm Asaf from the Wikimedia Foundation. I took a quick look at the project page on Meta. And first of all, it says that it's about Indic literature. If you are now asking for more international collaboration, does that mean you're expanding to all literature, or do you just want international help with Indic literature?
Okay, so as I mentioned, we started with Punjabi literature only, then we expanded Indic literature. Then now we are planning to bring more people if we can expand it with more literature.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that page needs updating.
Yes.
My second question is, you mentioned Wikidata as one other possible, I mean, right now the rules, the competition is mostly about Wikipedia. There are rules about what the article should be like, etc. If you want more people to document books on Wikidata, one thing that would help is a tutorial or step-by-step instructions on go to your library, pick up your Telugu or Tamil book, and here's how you get it on Wikidata. Here are the fields, here are the properties. Make sure you don't do this, but do that. You know, like a tutorial for people who are less versed in Wikidata in general, and specifically in describing books on Wikidata, which can be a little tricky. What to link to what, and what to do with the edition details, etc. So I think that's instructional material that's missing to really help people join the project.
Yes, right. Thank you so much, Asaf. Yeah, I will follow these your suggestions. Thank you so much. So yeah, okay, yeah.
If there's time for one more quick question. Hi, I'm Emma. I work mainly in New Zealand literature on Wikipedia. I'm just interested to know, because you said in your the first round in 2021, you didn't get, you had 6 people editing. How did you then, in 2022, try to get more people involved and engaged?
Sorry, could you just repeat your last part?
Yeah, just in 2022, you didn't have a lot of luck. The first year you ran, you didn't have many participants, then you had more the second time around. Was there anything you did differently to get more people involved?
Yes, so for the 2021, we had that project in within Punjabi community only. Second time we approached Indian communities, other communities. Then we tried to bring them so they can give some more ideas, and we can do it on some larger scale. So we approached them, we emailed them, and we also had some Google Meets with them. So yeah, that was the like this we contacted people. And for Punjabi community, we had some online meets, because we are already doing our monthly community meetings, so we discussed everything there. So yes, and after our first 2021 WLL, we after that we discussed with community, there are the gaps and we need to do these kind of things. Then we sort it out, and then we came with more results.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, maybe we can wrap it up. So thank you so much for joining the session, and thank you for your questions, and thank you, Asaf, for your suggestion. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I hope you hear me well. So my name is Olesa, and I'm a project manager for the Wikiloves Earth International. And the session will be about Wikiloves Earth and its 10 years of experience. So let's start. First, let's have a little bit of reminder, recap, what is actually Wikiloves Earth. So it's an annual competition devoted to a picture and a natural heritage sites. And its goal to draw attention to protected areas and to create a database of free photos of all natural heritage sites and to spread awareness about nature protection. So also it's a second biggest Wikimedia photo contest after Wikiloves Monuments. And at the international level, it's coordinated by a team mostly from Ukraine, but it's locally conducted by teams from 40 plus countries. So each year it's different number of countries, of course. And if to talk about a little bit international organizing team, this year and mostly we have 5 people in the core team. Mostly from Ukraine, and this year we have a new thing, let's say. We have also 5 international regional ambassadors, mostly for French, Spanish, and Arabic regions. So this year we decided to make this, to actually make new thing and to invite more people, more support, bigger support team to our international team, to have more close connections with the community, with local teams, to help them better, faster, and mostly to have more translations for the contest. And now a little bit about chronology of the contest. Just to recap, and so in 2013, actually the contest was founded in Ukraine, and in the next year it became an international. So 16 countries participants were at first time. In 2015, over 100,000 photos were submitted in international contest. And also in the next year, it was added a new nomination, which is called UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. And in 2017, it was the biggest number of uploads. During those years, it was over 129,000 images. So in 2020, the contest was successfully held after first year of pandemic, after the hard year. And in the next year, for the first time, it was divided into two nominations in the international contest. It was macro and landscapes. And we have this division till now. Of course, locally, countries can have their nominations, but on an international level, the judges also evaluating pictures by this division. So also the last year, the contest passed for the 10th time. And it was also a record number of countries participants, so it was 39. And this year, in 2023, we also have a record number of countries participants and territories. It's 53. So it's quite a good result. Let's recap what we have done during 10 years of Wikilove's years and what actually was happening. So during this just 10 years, 88 countries and territories have joined to the contest. We have more than 78,000 uploaders participated, and more than 87,000 uploads were submitted. And from this number, we have 200,000 images that were used in the wikis after it. Of course, this number should increase. And we also have a special nomination, Human Rights and Environment. I will tell about it a little bit in the next slides. And of course, division into categories, macro and landscapes, which I already talked. And here you can see images, top 20 win images from the previous year on an international level. Yes, I hope a lot of you already saw those pictures. And yes, the year passes really fast, and we will have new top winning images already very soon. So a little bit about Human Rights and Environment Special Nomination. Actually, what is it? Wikilove's ears again support the initiative Wiki for Human Rights, which partners with the Wikimedia Foundation and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And basically, its goal to raise awareness of nature protection and human impact of nature. And when we're talking about protecting the environment, we also protect the fundamental human rights we all have. And this special nomination photos could be used to illustrate as well Wikipedia articles, news media, and other materials to better communicate the reliance of human on the environment. And if for the main contest, we accept photos only from protected territories, protected areas. So for this special nomination, we accept photos from any place in the world which actually suits the criteria. And also this year we have new thing that we also can accept photos from all over the world. And it doesn't matter if your country participating in the main contest or not, you still can upload your photos for this special nomination and contribute to spreading awareness about human impacts on nature. And those are photos from the previous year, also top 5 photos, and they all are from Germany. Also the previous year, only 2 countries were participating in this special nomination, Portugal and Germany, and as a result, we have those pictures. Let's talk a little bit about contest in this year. So as I told before, this year we have 53 countries and territories participants, and 11 countries that were that joined for the first time to the Wiki Loves Earth. And we have so far we have more than 2,000 uploaders and more than 60,000 uploads. Actually, it's not the end of the contest, but it's almost the end. We have like also top countries with most images so far. It's Germany, Wales, and Ukraine. And main timeline of the contest is from May till July. And but some countries prolonged to August. That's why I told that it's not the end of the contest, but it's the end of the main stage of the Wiki Loves Earth among local teams. Because most of the countries already finished their local contest in the end of July. And now we have just a few countries that prolonged to August. So now in the active stage of submitting local winning images from local teams to the international level, and we have 11 submissions so far. And expected month of the final results is November. And also the thing, a small announcement that we are searching for jurors for this year evaluation of the images. So if you are eager to join, feel free to contact us in this email. If you feel that you want to be part of Wiki Loves Earth this year as a juror, you want to evaluate pictures, which will be done top 20 images, so you can contact us. Okay, and let's talk a little bit about some plans for the next year, plans for developing the contest. Now we are planning to create some Wiki Loves Earth materials hub, so it will include there some materials, video or text instructions for local teams or participants of how to actually or upload photo or work with the list of protected areas or some other things. So it will be short, clear instructions for people who need to find a fast answer for their question while they're uploading or photos or making the contest. Also, the next thing, it's engagement with community. We want to develop it and to engage, to connect more with local teams, with participants, and in general with community to also promote the contest more. As well, engage bigger support system. As I told before, this year we have some ambassadors that are working with local teams and promoting contests in the exact regions. And it's only the beginning, so we want to include more languages and more people as support to our team and to spread awareness about the contest more. So this year we started and it works well. Let's hope it will be even better for the next years. And also working on special nomination development and categories expansion. So maybe to add more categories, not only macro and landscapes, but some more categories that can be also interesting and useful as for participants and for local teams as well, and to be visible for on the international level. And of course, some small developments like requests that we are having from the local teams and something which should be developed. Okay, and also we are gathered a little bit of perspective from the local teams, and some of the local teams decided to share actually of their experience, how the contest was held and what their thoughts about it. So let's check and watch it.
It helped us to highlight this natural heritage site with the elements of insights. The competition
Okay, but the no video was not hearable. Okay, we have one more. I hope it will work.
media. It opens the door for a lot of opportunities that could help the movement in the future. Mabalos.
Okay, so it was the problems with the sound. Should I click the video again with the sound? Yes, I will reply it again. Okay, so the first video, 1 second, sorry.
Wikimania has helped us to highlight Burundi's natural heritage sites through photos of the elements of the sites. The competition took us through several of Burundi's protected sites to shoot photos to share with the world on Wikimedia Commons. We have discovered the importance of the photos we upload on Wikimedia being to enrich Wikimedia Commons, including Wikipedia articles.
Hi everyone, my name is Anton. I am the programs coordinator for Wikimedia Ukraine, and for the past 4 years I've been supporting Wikilove's Earth in Ukraine. Since 2013 we formed a huge contest community and gathered close to 120,000 photos of Ukrainian nature area. Last year we had to cancel the photo contest for security reasons because of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine. But we did continue our work. For example, we organized a month-long online campaign to illustrate Wikipedia and Wikidata with photos submitted to the contest previously. And as a result, more than 700 articles and 500 Wikidata items were illustrated. The war is still ongoing, but thankfully we've been able to gather a great team and resume the photo contest this year. And despite security restrictions, we've got 4,600 photos from 120 participants, and therefore we illustrated some wonderful natural areas of Ukraine for the first time. We are now working to check submissions and to identify winners, and we will be excited to share results with the global community in the coming months.
Okay, so also some other countries sharing that they are very happy to participate. Their contest went well the previous year and also this year. You can quickly check it on the slide. And it's actually great results. We will gather more feedback from other local teams. So how can you join the shortly Wikilove's years in the next year as an organizer to organize the contest in your country, and also as an ambassador or volunteer to help international organizing team to coordinate the contest, as a jury to help international organizing team to select the best of images, and of course as a participant to upload your unique images and win a prize. You can also follow our social media channels here. And yes, maybe you have any questions or suggestions for development the contest. As far as I know, we don't have any more time, so you can text it in the chat or to me, or reach out to Anton, who is also from Wikimedia Ukraine here and in person. And as well, thank you so much for attention, love ears, take pictures, and stay tuned for the final results in November. And also for in-person attendees, there are souvenirs in this room. You can take it if you want and share in your community. Thank you so much for attention.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I will be talking a little bit about Wikilove's, a few different Wikilove's competitions, Wikilove's Monuments, Wikilove's Earth, and Wikilove's Africa, and especially what we can learn from them in regards of numbers. I'll be throwing some statistics at you, but I'll try to focus on the bigger picture and what we can learn from them. First of all, I was just curious, like, who is in the room here? So who has organized a Wikilove's competition in their country? That is actually already like a lot of people. That's really good to know. And who has ever participated in one of them, has submitted a photo to any of the competitions? Wow, that is lovely to see. So first of all the images that you see are winners of a Wikilove's competition international. So do look them up if you're interested, if you're curious. The text is sometimes blocking the pictures. I'm really sorry for that. But you'll see definitely a lot of pretty pictures, and I'll throw in the link at the very end. Just to give a quick overview of what today's session is going to be about. First, I'll quickly recap what Wikilove's is all about, how it started, very big picture because you've already heard some from Alicia. Then we'll talk a little bit about like the images we collected, how they're being used, and the people that joined through these competitions into our community. So first, let's start with a little bit of context. In 2009, which was before Wikilove's Monuments, we had Wikilove's Art. It started in the United States, in New York, and they started, that is why we have Wikilove's, because it was in February, and there was like a nice connection, Wikilove's, Valentine's Day. And they were going to museums, and they were trying to take as many pictures of objects in the museum as possible. Then in the Netherlands, we got feedback from the museums that maybe Wikipedians running around in the museums to take as many pictures as possible is not the most optimal experience for the museums. So we switched to a more qualitative aspect which is where the jury started to come in. So in 2009, we did that in the Netherlands with 40 museums. And as you can maybe imagine, that's a lot of work. Signing 40 contracts, 40 partnerships, that really required a lot of effort, and that just did not scale. We did not want to do that again. So in 2010, we were looking for something a little bit more in the public space, where we could organize something where we did not have to make partnerships. And that is how Wikilove's Monuments came to be. In 2011, that expanded to Europe, and in 2012, worldwide. And before you know, we had a Guinness World Record for the largest photo competition in the world. In 2013, we saw the first spin-off in Ukraine that you heard a lot about, Wikilove's Earth. And in 2014, I believe, Wikilove's Africa started, and more photo competitions that I'm probably leaving out here. But for simplicity's sake, I'm going to focus on these 3 photo competitions, which are the biggest of that set, with spanning the most different countries. Wikilove's Monuments has now been organized 13 times, and as you can see, many of the countries in the world, the darker the shade, the more times they have participated at some point in the competition. And you see that it's, especially in Europe, there has been a lot of participations over the years, but a lot of countries in the world have done it to some extent. And if you look at Wikilove's Earth, I asked the creator of the previous picture to also create one for Wikilove's Earth. So this is a new one, and you see there you see a somewhat similar pattern, but definitely different parts of the world being active, which is really nice to see because it shows that the organizers of the competition, they have different focuses, and different cultures work better with different topics. So the concept of photo competition is pretty similar, but the way it's engaged is very different. I won't show a map for Wikilove's Africa because we all know where Africa is, and it spans the whole continent. The number of countries that participates every year has changed quite a bit. So green, that is Wikilove's Monuments, orange is Wikilove's Earth. And you see that the number for Wikilove's Earth is definitely still going up. This year, I think it has reached peak height. Wikilove's Monuments is going down a little bit. It's more stabilizing at this point. Around somewhere between 35 and 50 countries is what we see is fairly common for this type of competitions, which is actually, that is a lot. That means that you need like 30, at least for Wikiloves Earth and Wikiloves Monuments, you need 35 teams that are organizing something in their countries. That's a lot of coordination, that's a lot of collaboration, which is quite exciting all by itself. As you can see, we're not only talking about we're talking about a lot of different competitions, and every team has like their own goals and their own reasons of why they're organizing it. This is some of the reasons that we most often hear from in surveys, but also in individual conversations. Of course, the images is very important, right? Like getting a lot of images from our heritage around the world in all its different shapes and types is really valuable because we can illustrate things in our encyclopedia and Wikidata in different projects, and we can show people what it's all about. But it's not just the quantity that matters, but it's also the quality. We want to get like really good pictures for complicated topics, and we can use it then also in different contexts. But besides the images itself, my personal driving motivation, I mean, it's all about the contributors, the people that we get on board in our projects through the competition. There's these people that never would have considered editing Wikipedia maybe just because they come on the website, they see this banner and they think like, hey, that's something I can do. I can take a picture of that building that's around the corner. I can take this picture from my vacation that I had taken earlier and upload it to a photo competition. And some of these people stick around. So that is my personal motivation. But every team has their own motivations. Another topic, another reason why people organize it is sometimes because it helps you to do capacity building. It might be you're a new user group, you're a new team somewhere in the world, and you're trying to find out like what is an activity that engages our audience, that engages our country, and how can we organize something that is relatively well structured. And Wikiloves might be a good place to start. If that is something that interests your audience, if you have photographers, if you have organizers, that might be a good place to start. And finally, there's improvement of heritage data. We have so much information in our projects, but also Wikidata, for example. We really want to understand like what monuments do we even have in our country? What natural heritage do we have? And just collecting, structuring that information might be valuable all by itself. So every country, every national team has their own goals of why they're organizing this, and I think that is good to just recognize because every team is different. I mean, that's amazing. So to look at this from the perspective of a participant, let's take us quickly through a journey of like how someone ends up in Wikiloves. In most of the cases, we see that people, they see a banner on top of the wiki page, of the Wikipedia, right? They come to the encyclopedia, they look something up that is totally unrelated, and they see this banner and they say like, submit a photo, participate in Wikiloves Monuments, Wikiloves Earth. And then they click on that banner. The next thing, they come to a landing page that explains what the competition is about, what they're supposed to photograph, and what they can win perhaps. What do you have to do? Then the third thing is they need to, well, I skip a step. They first need to figure out what to photograph. That's sometimes a challenge, depending on the country, but that's definitely a step. And then they take the photo, they upload the photo, they create an account in the process, and then sometimes they come back after that, maybe for the next competition, maybe to just contribute to Wikipedia because they now realize like, hey, I can actually do something that makes this website that I use every single day better. And they may come back, and then we see some kind of retention. Maybe they participate in a different kind of competition because they kind of get that vibe of, ooh, that is kind of fun. Making a photo where I know that people actually want to have that photo, that is quite a satisfying feeling. So let's talk about that first phase that we have in that process, the banners. So thanks to the research team, I was able to look a little bit deeper into this in 2021. And we did a project where we were looking at trying to figure out like how do people arrive at these landing pages, how many people do that, and how do they then get to the uploading phase. So all these different steps, like what happens with these people. There's a lot of caveats in there. There's a research report on Meta. I'm welcoming you to look into that if you're interested in that. But there's a few things that we definitely learned that might be worthwhile mentioning. So first of all, we see about 0.2 to 0.8% of the viewers, of the people that visit Wikipedia, they actually click on the banner. And less than 1% of the people who actually click on the banner typically goes then to actually upload something, which is what we consider a success. There's actually a big range in there. So there's for every country, there's a different number of people that actually come from the landing page to an upload. That can range all the way from 0.08% to 1.7%. So it's really interesting, which tells me that the landing page design really, really matters. That may be obvious sometimes, but it's really important that if you organize a competition like this, you have to talk with some people who are not Wikimedians and just say like, hey, is this a sensible design? How can we improve this? How can we make sure that people know what to do if they arrive at this landing page? What we also learn, and again, these are some things that are maybe obvious to some of us and not obvious to others. If someone actually visits the landing page, they're more than 25 times more likely to actually visit also the account creation page. So that means that if someone clicks on that banner, they're also much more likely to then also create an account compared to people who are just visiting Wikipedia itself. If a reader then visits the landing page, they're also much more likely to also visit the upload page, which is good, right? Like if that would be equally likely, then why are we even doing the campaign? And finally, if someone actually creates an account through the campaign, they're also much more likely to upload an image than if you create an account not going through that banner. These are just some interesting tidbits. They're not going to change your life, but I think they're really telling us that the campaigns that we are running are actually working to get people on board of our projects. Another thing that we looked at carefully is like how many banners do we actually need? Like we talk a lot about diets and things like that. There's a lot more work to be done here to really understand what's going on. But something that we did understand is that the number of people that see more than 3 banners before they arrive for the first time on the landing page, that's about half the visitors. So half the readers that do arrive on the landing page have seen more than 3 banners in that same day, which tells me that a diet of 3 banners in a week is maybe a little bit on the low side, because that means that if you would successfully implement the diet, you lose like half your visitors. Secondly, the United States introduced a diet in the middle of the campaign, which we were actually not aware of until after the fact. And that gave us some kind of an experiment unintentionally. We saw a significant drop in the number of visitors, which is not surprising given what I just told you. But we also saw that there's still quite a lot of visitors that actually still had more than 10 banner impressions before they arrived on the landing page. So the diet is not working as we would expect it to be. And finally, it is very unclean experiment, so we would have to do a lot of extra research if we want to do that properly. So what did we learn? Every step of the pipeline, we lose a lot of people, so try to reduce the number of steps. Landing page design really matters a lot. Wikilove's Monuments draws in people in higher rates than through natural recruitment, if you just come to the website. And showing banners multiple times really does make a difference. It might be a very different behavior than what we see in fundraising, for example. Because in fundraising, if you just click on the banner, you can immediately take action. If you click on a Wikilove's Monuments banner, you first have to actually find a photo before you can upload it or take a photo. So it may take a little bit more effort. And introducing a diet is probably not helpful for recruitment purposes, but there might, of course, be different reasons why you do that. So now the question is, if people actually are recruited this way, like what happens with them? How many people stick around? So I would like to talk to you a little bit with these people, these uploaders that never edited before. So first of all, it might be good to just get a little bit of context of like how many uploaders are we talking about. So this is the number of uploaders for each competition per year that we see through all the countries combined. Of course, if Ukraine decides not to participate one year, that means a big drop in the number of participants, right? So it really depends on like which countries are participating, but this is just to give you a little bit of context of like how many people are we talking about. We do see a significant drop after 2020, so something is changing in our ecosystem, and that might be, for example, that we just have more competing banners, or it might be something else in our infrastructure. We don't really know, but it's just interesting as an observation. If we look at the number of countries, these are the countries that have generated the most uploaders over the past years. So that's just interesting to see that we really see that India, Germany, Russia, that's the kind of countries that generate the most uploaders. Again, not surprising, they also have the most people living there. But what is really interesting is also the number of images per uploader. So we see that in Wikilove's monuments, there is a very different kind of behavior. The number of images on average per uploader is much higher. That may have something to do with super uploaders. There are some people that upload more than 10,000 pictures per year. It's like, I don't know how they're doing it. It's amazing. But it definitely skews the numbers a little bit. So more research is needed in this. If you're wondering why there's always this gap in 2018 for Wikilove's Africa, by the way, that's because they shifted months from the end of the year to the start of the year, and that is why in so they went from the end of 2016 to the start of 2018. 17 and 19, sorry, yes. So that is that's something we would expect. The other thing that is interesting is just the cumulative fraction of uploaders. So if you look at the number of uploads and how many people are part of that, you see that there is more people in Wikilove's monuments that upload more images. So there's a lot more people in Wikilove's Earth and Wikilove's Africa that upload a single or 2 or 3 images. It's just a different kind of competition. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's just adds a little bit of context of what kind of competition we're talking about. So what do the participants upload, and how many of them stick around? For that, I looked at all the images in the images from Wiki Loves Something category, split it up by country, split it out by year, and looked at the people who are in that set. And I looked at their first edit. If that first edit that they ever made on any Wikimedia project was in the same month as the competition, I consider them a new editor. I know it's not a super clean definition, but it's something to work with. That is what we call month 0. And then everything after that is month 1, month 2, etc. So all the months that you see later in the presentation, they're all relative to their first month of participation and their first edit. Now, the first thing that might be interesting to look at is like how many are actually new editors. There's a little bit of a bug there. Wikiloves Africa does not have 106% new editors in 2019. I know what the bug is coming from, but just as a background. But we see that actually there's about 60, 70, 80% new editors consistently over the years for every single competition. And then you wonder like, but there must be some countries that have a much lower number of new editors, right? Well, it turns out that's not the case. This is every single country activity combination, and you see that actually every single time it's above 60% new editors. And that's really exciting to see that if you use this banner, if you use this format, you actually get a lot of new editors every time. So then the question is like, what do we see if we look at like how many of these people stick around? So we look at like how many edits they made in the months after, and if they made at least one edit, I consider them to be active. So it's a very low threshold, but it gives you a little bit cleaner numbers than if you use higher thresholds. If you use a higher threshold of 5 edits, for example, you get similar patterns, but it's just a little bit more noisy. And what you see is 2010 was a very different year than all the other years, which makes sense. It was just in the Netherlands. And the first year that you organize one of these things, it looks like the first year is always a little bit different because you're basically taking the low-hanging fruit. You're catching all the people that are super excited about this and that really get engaged, and they stick around much more than the people in later years. But after that, you see that it kind of stabilizes. The number of people that make at least one edit every month is actually quite reasonable. It's somewhere around 1%. What we also see is there is a big peak 12 months later. That is not surprising for people who have organized this competition, probably, but that is basically the people who return to the next year's competition. So there's actually quite a number of people that return to the next year, which is 2-3%, depending on the year, depending on the country. But that's really interesting. A peak that we maybe expected a little less is a peak roughly about 8-9 months later. And that has to do with Wikiloves Earth. So this is the Wikiloves Monuments data. And we see Wikiloves Earth is about 8-9 months later. And you see a little peak there, which is the people that basically they joined through Wikiloves Monuments. And then the next year they joined Wikiloves Earth. So that's really interesting to see. And you see that those peaks go down over the years, but people keep coming back year after year. But there's also, between the competitions, there's still quite a bit of retention. We see roughly the same patterns. In other years, the numbers are a bit lower, the percentages are a little bit lower, but you see roughly the same peaks, the same kind of movements. If we look at Wikilove's Africa, or Wikilove's Earth, we see similar patterns. Of course, the 8-month peak is now a 3-month peak, but you see roughly the same patterns. Wikilove's Africa is much more noisy, and it probably has something to do with the fact that Wikilove's Africa is a bit more spread out over the months. It's a little bit more, every country is different, and maybe does not have a Wikilove's Earth or Wikilove's Monuments competition. So the peaks are a little bit more noisy. But in both cases, you see that there's actually still a fair number of retention, but it's different patterns. So if you really want to understand it, we have to dig deeper. I didn't have time to do that, but I would really invite the organizers of those competitions to do that together. What we see is if we look at multiple months, so we take a 10-month period. So we take, for example, if you have a competition in September, that's month 1, month 0, and then month 1 is October, and then we look at November all the way through August. That's a 10-month period. And we look at like how many people make at least one edit in one of those months. And then we see that there's about 5.4% in the case of Wikilove's Monuments, that make at least one edit in that 10-month period. So that means that these people at least have their password still. That's a very encouraging thought for me because they can be reactivated. Because you get logged out I think after 1 month you get logged out. Is that still the case? Someone here must know that. Sorry?
1 year if you make that logged in.
Oh, 1 year is nowadays. Okay. So it could. So we have to look at after 1 year. So I'll try to rerun that at some point. But basically 5.4%, if you look at their whole lifetime, so months 2 until eternity, so that includes the next edition, then we see it's about 10%, 11% for Wikilove's Monuments. Wikilove's Africa has about 10%, and for Wikilove's Earth it's about 7%. Of course, these numbers are highly affected by the fact, like how hard do you make it to join in the first place? If you make it very easy to join, that percentage is going to be lower. If you make it very hard to join, like you have to do a lot of effort to join for that first time, your retention percentage is going to be through the roof. What is also interesting to see is like how many contributions did all these retained users, so we're talking in the case of Wikilove's Monuments, 74,000 new editors joined over the course of these 13 years. Like together they made 5.7 million edits after they joined. So in month 2 and later. In the case of Wikilove's Earth, that is 1.7 million edits or contributions. In the case of Wikilove's Africa, we're also talking about 138,000 edits. That's a lot of edits for that number of users. And it's really encouraging because it's not just about the competition itself. After that, you have a lot of effect going on. So we also looked at like different countries, and what I find most interesting, I mean, you could look at these graphs forever, right? But what I find most interesting is there's some countries that have a much higher retention rate than others, and what I would like to do with those organizers is dive deeper into this, like why is Germany such a high retention rate? What are they doing differently? Are they making it really hard to join? Or are they making it really easy to stay? And I would like to understand that a little bit better. So I think we need to talk with countries where we see that kind of patterns. In every competition, you see some differences. So for example, if we look at Wikilove's Earth, we see that, for example, Germany and Ukraine are having a particularly high retention rate compared to the other countries. And I think we need to start learning from each other a little bit more in that context. In Wikilove's Africa, I was mostly surprised by Nigeria that was doing particularly well. You see that there's a lot of noise, but there's one country that has a consistently retention rate. And that is Nigeria. So that's really exciting. That may have something to do with the fact that they have more activities in that country. It may have to do something that they have a very supportive user group. We don't know. We should dig into that. So some observations from all of that. From a non-competition month, we see roughly 1% retention in the case of Wikilove's Monuments. Wikilove's Africa sees also about 1%, and Wikilove's Earth sees about 0.6%. If we look at that 10-month span, we see 5% for Wikilove's Monuments, 6% for Africa, and 3.5% for Wikilove's Earth. And if we look at lifetime retention, those percentages are even a bit higher. There's always a retention bump around 12 months, which is the returning visitors. and we see a bump when other competitions are happening. So really try to encourage your participants to participate in the other competitions in your country, because it helps them to re-engage. Most of the retention happens on commons. I didn't show you the figures for that, but about 50 to 60% of the off-cycle retention happens on commons. But it also means there's actually quite a bit of retention happening outside of commons. So if we want to look at retention numbers, we have to look in the full breadth of our movement. And there's a few smaller countries that have an even higher off-cycle retention rate than Germany. So we should talk with Austria, we should talk with the Netherlands to see what they have done differently over the years. So finally, it's worthwhile considering contribution across all projects if you want to look into these numbers. There's big differences between countries, and how can we leverage this reactivation in a better way? So thank you very much for your participation. There's a lot of work to be done in this. There's a lot of more data to dig into, and if anyone is interested, hit me afterwards. I think we have about a few minutes for questions, which I would very much invite. Thank you. Sure, please. Yeah, please quickly introduce your name and.
Yeah, hello. I'm Matti. Username is MB1. I'm mostly active on Commons, so this is very relevant for me. About the retention, you said the retention is highest on Commons, which is hardly surprising to anyone, I guess. But I would be interested, did you look at the figures of uploads versus other types of edits on Commons as well? I
looked at the edit table, but every time you make an upload, that also generates an edit, basically. So okay. I would also see those. I see them as one package.
Yes. But the question would be, is editing, which is not uploading on Commons, also significantly higher than on other wikis in the retention?
I don't know. That's a good question. I have not looked at that separately.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, if you have questions, please just go to one of the microphones and...
Hello, I'm Irvin from the Philippines, and I organize different Wikiloves contests. So I just want to share the reason why there are very low retention in the Philippines is that once you create an account using your mobile phone, you automatically get blocked. So that's the main reason why there's a low participation at least in the Philippines. And another one is that the Wikicommons, when you upload that, it's not very user-friendly. There are lots of fields to fill in, so it discourages participants.
Thank you. What I would like to say in response is I don't think 1% is low. I think it's actually really good. So if we hit 1% retention consistently over this kind of number of new editors, we're doing actually really well. So don't feel like you're doing poorly in that sense. But secondly, these are great thoughts of how we can improve our retention experience. So thank you for sharing those.
Hi. So there is a question from Aina Lee. High retention in NL. When was the last time they ran a Wikiloves X?
I don't know. I think it's been a few years, and it may have been a while. I think it may have been 3 or 4 years. I could look into the data.
Hi, I'm Diego, user Poco a Poco on Commons. You mentioned that one of your main targets is to get quality content. Have you measured quality on the uploads? Is there any metrics about this? Better or worse? Or?
So what I wanted to, just to clarify, these goals that I listed were goals from the local team. So every local team has their own goals. I have not personally measured the quality. That's a great thing to look at, but I have not looked into that.
One comment. So I'm George Jiku from Moldova, and I organized Wikiloves Earth and Monuments. We saw in the graph that in the graph with the contributors that the graph was starting to get the number of contributors was lower and lower and lower. In our case, it was purely because of saturation. we just don't have much to take photos of anymore, because we already filled up the tables, so to speak, and it requires a lot more effort at this point to make the photographers go out in the field again.
Thank you. Makes a lot of sense. I think we have time for one more question, and then we have to close up.
Mike from New Zealand. We haven't yet photographed everything in New Zealand yet, so there's still some time. Would it be possible to estimate the person hours per retained editor based on calculating the amount of effort involved in administration and judging photos divided by the 1% retention, and compare that with person hours expended to retain editors and other things like editathons?
So the data that I found is publicly available here on the pause.
Sure, I know that, but do the projects collect the hours of person hours of administration time?
So I don't have that data. So what I can do, I can offer you one piece of that puzzle. I can offer you how many new editors there are. If you then want to know how many hours you need to retain one of these editors, then I would suggest that someone else can maybe provide you those hours, and you can match that data together. Okay, if there is probably more questions. We have a session later. There might be some time over there. But for now, I would like to give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. I'm Ferdinando Traverso. I'm the volunteer regional coordinator for Apulia Wikimedia Italy. And I'm going to give you a presentation of Dodbike that talked about a very global picture of Wikilove's monuments and Wikilove's contest. I'm going to give some details on what we are doing locally to share some ideas that we found useful and interesting. And so I'm going to talk about ideas for Wikilove's monuments, about how we organize a local contest, in particular the example of my region, of what we did in Apulia, with partnerships, and also what we did in Italy to improve the usability for Wikilove's monuments participants. So, I think we all know what Wikilove's monuments is. We have already heard a lot of things about that. We have been organizing Wikilove's monuments in Italy since 2012. And since the start, I think we have had also local contests. So we have also contests for regions, or group of regions in Italy. In Italy, you know, there are 20 regions, and we think, oh, okay. Was figuring out how to use this thing. So we have 12 local contests out of 20 regions. Some of them are multi-regional. And I'm going to talk in particular about Wikilove's Puglia, which is the contest I have been organizing since 2019. So why do we have local contests? And we don't just have the national Italian contest. I think that there are three main reasons why local contests are a useful thing in Italy. First of all, there are like 20 regions in Italy. Each region has its own monuments. There are a lot of monuments in Italy. Not all of them were included into Wikilove's monuments for legal reasons, basically, because we have no freedom on panorama. There are additional rights on the reproduction of monuments. But legislation is changing, so we are adding more and more monuments into Wikilove's Monuments competition for Italy. So we have added all the castles last year. Now we are adding all the churches for 2023, and we will add all the museums in 2024 and continue to grow the list of monuments. And I think that local contests are very useful to, first of all, promote Wikilove's monuments in a specific region in order to have a more coordinated activity in the local zone. So you can organize, I will show you what we did in Apulia. You can organize local activities to involve the people from the region you are targeting. You can use the local contests to establish local partnerships, because if you have a national contest, you will have to find national institutions to partner with. While if you have local contests, you can just partner with what you find in the area you are targeting. Those kind of organizations are smaller, but they have, I think, valuable people that can participate in Wikilove's monuments or promote Wikilove's monuments. And so the final goal, and which was my personal goal for Wikilove's Apulia, is promoting the local cultural heritage of the area, which can be different from the cultural heritage that you find in other areas of Italy, in other areas of the country. And so what we did, according to these three principles I showed, to organize Wikilove's Puglia. First of all, we found a local photography club in Apulia. So we partnered basically with a photo club in Bari, which is the capital, and which has also links through the national photo club organizations with the other clubs in Apulia. This gave us the opportunity to find and to target a huge group of photographers. They are amateurs, but they are very specialized, they are skilled, and so they can take quality photos to enter in the Wikilove's Monuments contest. And we also partnered with the local tourism promotion agency that gave us funding for the local activities and gave us the opportunity to reach a wider public by sharing the news about the contest on the official channels of the region, which have a really wide audience. And we had the opportunity to spread the word by organizing local events. For example, we had a press conference for the local press, other than the things that were done nationwide for spreading the news in the press. We organized photo walks in partnership with the local organization, which could bring their photographers, their public to our activities in order to have the opportunity to meet skilled photographers with little effort. And we had, for example, 10 photo walks in 10 different towns of Apulia in 2021 and in 2022. We had a local prize ceremony with local authorities and the participation of people from the region of Apulia. While the nationwide ceremony has a different kind of public. And we also had an exhibition with the photos winning from the local contest, so they showed and represented the local heritage, and we had this kind of touring exhibition which visited 11 towns of Apulia from 2022 to 2023, and was able to promote not only Wikilove's monuments and the local contest to a wider public in Apulia, but it was able to promote also the local heritage, which was represented by the winning images. And so now, this was the approach we had to Wikilove's monuments in Apulia, so with a local kind of approach. And I'd like to show you the results of such an approach. So the number of photos kept growing in the years, while the participants were like 100 for Apulia, but even if Apulia constitutes only the 10% of Italian population, in 2022 the participants from Wikilove's Apulia were the 20% of the Wikilove's Monuments Italy participants. And with such figures, I'd like to show you that when there was no local contest in Apulia, so in 2018, the number of uploads and of participants was very low in the region, notwithstanding the presence of the banners and all the things that are organized nationwide for the contest. While since we started involving the local partners, the photo club, we started doing local promotion. So we use the social networks to promote the contest in local photography groups. We partnered with the photo club, with the tourism agency. The figures of uploads and participants in the region grew really steadily and visibly. And we also had some results in terms of quality of the pictures, because I'm really happy to say that photos from Wikiloves Puglia have won the first places in the winners list of Wikiloves Monuments Italy for 3 consecutive years. So in 2020, we had the first 3 places, the first 3 prizes for Wikiloves Monuments Italy. In 2000, this is the image which won Wikiloves Italy in 2020, and it is from Apulia. We won in 2021 the first 2 places, and in 2022 we won also the first 2 places because in 2022 Wikiloves Monuments Italy winners list was splitted between a general section and a section for castles in particular. We won the first 2 places for the section of castles and fortifications. So I think this shows that partnering with local organizations which are active in the photography sectors and which have already a public of skilled photographers can increase not only the number or the figures of the uploads and of the participants in the region, but does increase also the quality of the content we receive of the uploads for the region. It is shown by the fact that we won for 3 consecutive years the first places, and I think that partnering with local organizations active in the sector is very important. Now, in the second part of the talk, I'd like to showcase what we have done in Italy as well. So this was a very local part. While now I'd like to show what we have done in Italy as well to improve the usability of Wikiloves monuments. So, since 2012, we have had as the only method to participate, to enter in the contest, we have had lists on Wikipedia. And they have been the same for 10 years. So since the beginning of Wikiloves monuments in Italy, they have basically not changed. And more and more we received some comments about the low usability of this system. So we started to think how we could improve the usability of the Wikiloves monuments interface for the participants. What we did was starting to take inspiration from what was done in other countries. There was the maps.wikilovesmonuments.org web app developed by Atnote, but we couldn't use it for Italy as we needed we had a special procedure in place for categories and we had special local needs. So we decided to implement our own system. We created a mobile app which was released in 2020 but became official for entering the contest in 2021. And this is basically the interface of the app. I was the developer for 2021 and 2022. And we got encouraging results. We saw that the 12% of uploaded photos came from the app, and the 31% of uploaders used the app for entering the contest. So we decided to do another step towards usability. As we also get encouraging results from the users which were actually satisfied with using the app, and they were content with the interface and the improvements in usability, and we decided to build a new web application for Wikiloves Monuments Italy, which will be available in 2023 to participate not only by mobile but also by desktop interfaces, and features a map, features a list of monuments. And so we decided to abandon finally list on Wikipedia, which won't be anymore the main method to enter in the contest. And that's not the only thing we have done for Wikiloves Monuments Italy. We have also started, Yolanda Pensa in particular with a team from the Politecnico di Milano, a project to visualize data about the contest. And we think this is really nice because they have studied this fan metaphor. So you see there is this fan which represents the number of monuments participating in the contest and number of photos uploaded in the contest. I'd like to thank you for having followed this presentation. I don't know, I think we don't have any time for Q&A, but there is going to be the Wikiloves Monuments Q&A. I don't know, if you have any questions, we have time for 2 questions. Okay, if you have any questions, I discovered that we had time. Any ideas, any suggestions? Yeah. I'm here, and I will also be available afterwards. I'm Ferdinando Traversa, or you can just ask any other Italians. Thank you. I see that we have a question.
It's not working. It's working. Okay. Hi, Diego. Poco, you saw poco a poco. Very quick question. The banner, you use a local banner? Did you have a local banner for?
Yes, we have the banner, and I think that we'll be having it also in.
I mean, I talk a local banner on Wikipedia.
The banner on Wikipedia. We have always said that, and what? National, not local banner.
Okay, that was the question. No?
And
national only. Okay,
yes,
okay.
only national. So the local contest focused on actions that could be locally implemented to improve the local participation, while the banner stays for the national contest. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're waiting just for another minute for the remote speaker to also join us. So, welcome. Wikiloves Monuments National Organizers Q&A, questions and answers. I actually want to repeat the question that Lodewijk also asked previously. So I'd like to know something about my audience. Who of you has participated in Wikiloves Monuments? Who has ever uploaded pictures? Oh my God. Who has organized Wikiloves Monuments before? Okay. Who wants to organize Wikiloves Monuments this year or in the future? Happy to have you here with us. So I'm not sure if Lucy is online by now, but Lucy and I, we are both on the international team. Is Lucy online? Can we both be? No, we have to alternate. Okay, hi Lucy. Hi, Lucy. So I'm Seal from the Netherlands. I've been with the international team since 2021. My colleague is Lucy. Lucy, please, could you introduce yourself?
Hello everyone, my name is Uwala Lucy, and I joined the Wikilove Monuments International team in 2022 as a social media coordinator, and I'm so glad to be joining this session. Thank you.
Okay. If you'd like to help us take notes, I think our room angel will be very, very grateful, as are we, because this session is intended to be a lot about questions and answers. It would be great to have your names and maybe also the countries that you represent in that Etherpad, which is openly accessible for all to edit. I'll return to that in one of my next slides as well. I want to kick us off first. You've seen beautiful pictures in Lodewijk's slides, in Fernandino's slides. You've seen those beautiful pictures that we have gathered in the past 13 years of Wikilove's Monuments. But do you actually recognize from which country these pictures are? So I'm going to ask you to shout out if you know. India, correct. This is a tomb in New Delhi. Germany. This is a lighthouse in Germany. I think it was 2018, if I'm correct. I did not add that any credits. Okay. No. No. Algeria. This is Algeria. These are, yes, it's an old settlement. I think cave, how do you call that? Cave settlement. This one. Wrong continent. Egypt. Egypt, yes. Okay. This one.
Iran.
I think this is the more difficult one in this set. Wrong continent. USA. Illinois, Chicago. Right? What? Okay. And then moving on to my all-time favorite. No, oh, I got one more. This is actually also a very beautiful one. Where is this? Iran. So, okay, to exemplify the beauty of Wikilove's monuments, you will see monuments in a context that you would have never expected from a certain country or even a certain continent. You're like, oh my God, a desert, you know, it's and snow in Iran. Like those contexts, you miss that when you read Wikipedia articles, but that is the value of Wikilove's monuments. Quick facts. I'm going to skip through them because we're short on time. We have a bit of why. I think we know why we want to do this. It's fun for our communities. It's fun to do. It's fun to photograph. And that actually, yes, another windmill, Netherlands. Because it all comes down to the philosophy. The philosophy is 5 simple pillars almost, the pillars of the Wikilove's competitions. Make it easy, make it fun, make it local, help Wikipedia, and the most motivating thing behind Wikilove's monuments is that the results are quick and easy. And they're visual. Like, you don't have to go through review processes and stuff like that. Nah, it's online. You upload, it's online. What do you need? If you want to become a local organizer, a national organizer, what do you need? There are also 5 things that are actually quite essential to every national competition. That is a list of monuments. You need to define a scope. You cannot just have participants running around in every city in their hometown and saying, oh, this is a very cool building, and just, no. Because, last one is a jury. The jury needs a scope. And so, you need a good landing page, as Lodewijk explained. There's a lot of people that click and that stay and that upload comes from having a good landing page. You need a team. Don't try to do it by yourself. Try to be at least 3 people, 4, 5. There are bigger teams out there as well. And set that scope. What are going to be your national rules? We, as international team, we have little rules. We have a few. They're on our website, but they are not. But if you think we need more rules or different rules because we want to have 2 separate prizes, or, have that discussion within your team. All the countries in the world, but still a lot of white spots, especially China, Indonesia, yeah, here in the region. Yeah, come and find us. Come and talk to us. And now it's up to you. With 11 minutes left, I'm getting to the Q&A. Are there any challenges you want to speak about? Have you been trying to organize and face challenges? Any lessons or tips from the long-term organizers that we have in the room here as well? Or any general questions? Please go ahead. If you could use the mic, the people on YouTube can hear you as well. If you...
Just a general question.
Oh. No, I can repeat the question. Oh, yeah.
That's a simple general question. Did you have to do with cheaters or people uploading photos not in CC BY or similar?
We as international team, we trust national organizing teams to be in charge of their own competition. As speaking for the international team, I am not aware that we ever had to do a takedown because of a violation, because that's actually the things you are referring to, the copyright rules. Because we upload on Commons, it is a combination of local rules, for instance, freedom of panorama, as Fernandino before me also touched upon. It's a combination of those copyright rules in your country with the rules of Commons. Those have to be combined. And I am not aware of anything that we had to take down because of a violation.
Maybe the most simple question, where to say we want to make a competition in our country?
Oh my God, that is such a good question, and indeed, I did not include this in the slides. If you go to Commons and you put then Commons, the 2 dots, yeah, Wikiloves Monuments 2023 or WMM 2023, you will see a link in the header that says participate and participating countries, and you can sign up there. Thank you for that question. Lucy is also still around, so if you have questions about social media and that kind of stuff, Lucy is very happy to answer those questions. So please let us know. Are there more questions?
Well, next question is said their list of monuments would be good. I think especially in the Global South there is the problem there are no official lists by any organizations. Well, in Germany we have official lists by government about monuments, but other countries doesn't have something like this. So you're saying every church and every ancient building from colonial times maybe, or how do you producing a list, especially when you're not knowing what is existing in this country?
And I'm aware of that in some countries those lists do not exist. I'm also aware of the local problems within Germany that has a very complicated local system with the Bundesstaaten. What we as international team try to do is work together with the national organizers. So you saw a picture from Egypt. Egypt has no freedom of panorama, has limitations on because of ancient monuments. But we try to work with you and see, like, okay, maybe what worked for Italy, maybe what we've learned from the national organizing team in Greece can be used to also include your country. You know, we try to coordinate and to make sure that that transfer of knowledge happens. So there's no one solution for all. We try to really work together to see if we can make it happen locally. Local problems ask for local solutions. Thank you.
Hello, I'm from Thailand. Well, we're trying to set up ESEAP, ESEAP Hub. Then, well, what I think is still some country in white collar not involved. So what you reckon about the hub help to get the white color of those countries join us? That's my question.
So combining, sorry?
Competition, yes, like combining the competition to the hub.
Combining two hats that I have. I am on the Wikilove Monuments International team, but I'm also very closely involved with the development of the movement charter and of hubs. And one thing that I can see a hub do is coordinate, help you organize in a similar way as we do. But Wikilove Monuments is organized per country. One country, one competition.
Yes.
So an ESEAP hub competition will not work. You'll have to break down the ESEAP hub from Japan to all the way down New Zealand, and from the Pacific Islands, you have to break it down into those small bits. But I think there could be benefits from the hub in the region because they are knowledgeable, as hopefully we will also soon be about the ESEAP region and the copyrights, because I know you're working on things. There are several presentations happening here over these few days. But a hub, ESEAP hub as an organizer of one competition for the whole ESEAP region, I am not sure if that, according to our current requests, is an option. So I would say break it down, because the copyright rules in Japan are not the same as copyright rules in Taiwan, who have different freedom of panorama as Philippines have. You know, the rules are so different. I hope that was a good enough answer for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
As a tip and not as a question. So we, in our process in Ukraine, and we have been organizing the contest for a while, we learned that it's really important to check your pictures, winning pictures, at least for the copyright thing, because once we even had to take down the winner that we submitted to the international team, because we discovered that the building on the picture was actually violating lack of freedom of panorama. So that's like, better do it as soon as you can.
Thank you. That's a very good tip indeed. I think for everyone, and we try, we check the final top 15 in as many as possible ways as we can think about before we communicate and before we award prizes, because international competition this year, again, main prize is €2,000. So that's a nice prize to get. But that does mean that we need to check who are we awarding this to and which photograph are we awarding this to.
Maybe just a little comment.
Yeah, we have time for one more question.
Okay, it's just a comment about this. I wanted also to mention that last year, for example, there were 3 finalists from Egypt. They were fake images and they were copyrighted. So it does make sense to double check. I mean, it's good that you check the finalists globally, but at national level it would be good to do this. And I would say if an organizational team in a country is not capable of doing this, I think we can offer help from the common photographers user group to do that. I mean, to have a check whether these images are for real or, I mean, yeah, copyright things. I mean, we are not bulletproof, but I think it would help. It's an offer.
Yeah, thank you very much, because I think the same goes also for Wiki Loves Africa and also for Wiki Loves Nature. Like, people with the best intentions just say, "Oh, this doesn't have a picture on Commons yet, on Wikipedia yet. Let me Google it and help Wikipedia." It's the best intention, does not exactly align with what we want to do.
Let me just respond to that. Yeah, we do, because there's over 80% of the people who, on average, as Lodewijk said, are submitting, so they don't know the rules. So we absolutely do check, especially in the last 100 images, that those are all. But throughout the submission, we have like a big team that works for Wiki Loves Africa, that works on all of the. As they're coming in on copy bios, and we check with Tinai and all of that. Okay.
Where is Antarctica?
Sorry?
Excuse me. Yes, same question. We would like to know the Antarctica. Go to the country, please. The picture of the country. Here we see the Antarctica in color.
Yeah, Antarctica does have monuments, and yes, we had a Wiki Loves Monuments in Antarctica. Yes, that is correct. It is not wrong on the map.
Wow.
I know.
Yes.
I know. Okay.
Who organizing that?
Let me grab you offline, because there are people, they want to get in here for lunch. I want to thank you very much. I have stickers and buttons with me for who ordered it. Thank you, Lucy, for getting up very early in the morning, your time, and being with us. Thank you all.
Give me a while. Okay.
May I continue? Do I start my presentation? Okay. Hello, this is Mikel Durano. I am going to talk here about some experiences that we have had about reducing open data from various sources. Especially, we are very interested with Dr. Silvia Simon in gender inequality, in street names, in school names, and also in the presence of researchers in Wikidata and Wikipedia. So now, I must tell you that open data are still scarce. However, there are many opportunities yet to use them. At least here in our region in Catalonia, well, we have several sources, governmental sources especially, for researchers, not many, but we know the names of all researchers. We don't have the gender because this is private data. We also have the street names. Street names are provided by the government as well. It's not pretty well maintained, but we can do something about it. And of course, we can get street names from the collection of streets in OpenStreetMap. We can even compare them, okay? As far as schools, the local government maintains a list of schools every year with all the changes, new schools, schools that are no longer there, and so on, that have several data, okay? So, about streets, well, in general, in Wikipedia, you know that in general there are only streets that have heritage value. Not even though there are cities like probably Brussels, for instance, that have all streets in Wikidata and probably in Wikipedia, at least in our regional environment, streets are not in Wikipedia and neither in Wikidata. So the question is, if we want to address the question of eponyms in streets, because we are interested in understanding the difference between number of females giving eponyms in streets and number of males giving names in streets. We need a database. We need data in Wikidata. So what do we do? Just download a spreadsheet and count the number of streets in Catalonia. There are 150,000 streets in Catalonia. These are about 30,000 unique names. Among these, maybe 2,000, 3,000 bear an eponym, like Martin Luther King Street or whatever, or John Doe Street. So we are interested in assessing the names of streets that bear an eponym and asking us, do they deserve to be present in Wikidata? Are they worth and notable to be present in Wikipedia too? Because especially for minorized languages like Catalan, for instance, it's important to know the history. It's important to know people who deserve names of streets, of course, schools as well, and other items. So we did some work about it. Of course, in the case of streets, we collaborate with OpenStreetMap, okay, that using the Wikidata tag or even using the node ways and relation IDs as well in Wikidata items. I must say that it's not an easy task because as far as street names, there are some variations in street names, just letters, misspellings. Sometimes things seem the same, but they are not the same, and so we have to clean up data. That's not an easy task at all. About schools is slightly more simple because the government maintains the list of schools. However, in this case, we have used several sources because what are we interested in about school? Well, we are interested probably about the name of school, about the eponym if it is available, but we are also interested in the number of students, about its size, of course, about if it's private or public, how many grades are at the level, how many people are about to enter university. I am a university professor. This is a university group. So of course, we get students from high schools. So knowing whether school has a big or middle or low number of students means that we can assess how we must invest our effort in promoting our university and our studies, in our case chemistry, to local schools. So, for instance, are they financed by public money? Which is the date of the foundation, etc., etc. And these are provided by various sources. There are several open data listings that are currently maintained by the regional government. Of course, this would be a great idea for a citizen science project. However, of course, it would be good that each school maintains their own data. However, we clash, of course, with the problem of a conflict of interest. Even though we might say, okay, you should be neutral. So that's something that should be thought on. Of course, the photo in the previous case of streets, the photo, the image of the school, many ideas there. So this is as far as school is concerned. Finally, about of course, the relevant question of does a person having an eponym deserve a Wikipedia page? We think yes. About researcher names, this is far more difficult. We are university researchers, and there are many researchers that are not yet in Wikidata, nor in Wikipedia. And unfortunately, using automated tools like Orchidator or other tools that enter names in Wikidata, we find that many researchers have several entries in Wikidata, up to 3 or 4. So there is a huge amount of work to be done to clean up data. There is open data from our regional government. Some universities have open data as well. The websites which can be scrapped, very complicated. But if you want projects like Wikidata, Wiki Project Chemistry, or even Scholia to be successful, you need clean data as far as the researcher names is concerned. And of course, if you want to carry out gender studies for researchers, like we will see later, you need clean data. You need reliable data. So from now on, we'll provide you some hints. This is not a complete account of our projects. For instance, we have interacted with OpenStreetMap in the sense that for streets or for schools, Wikidata answers the question, where is this? While OpenStreetMap answers the question, what is there? Okay? Even there are very interesting tools like OSM Wikidata Link that interwinkle data. So very interesting. In Wikidata, for instance, we have the instance of street or educational center, and for eponyms, we use the named after someone, that's P138 property. In the case of OpenStreetMap, we use amenity school, highway, street, and for as far as eponym, we use the tag name etymology Wikidata equals the Q number in Wikidata. Of course, we can use also the Wikipedia tag. So we import in Wikidata and we map in OSM. For instance, for streets, what is a street? A street is a collection of segments, so it has geometry. The same for schools, it has geometry. So how do Wikipedia projects and Wikidata items account for geometry the best? And the simplest idea is to use Wikimaps and to use OpenStreetMap information. So the same for streets, the same for schools, okay? We enter eponyms. It's difficult because sometimes you have to go one after one. The open etymology map links Wikidata, Wikipedia, of course, and OpenStreetMap, giving different colors to the source and to the type of items, whether it's a person, whether it's let's say a wind, whether it's a geographical number or name. Here you have the account. These very interesting tools. As far as relevant information, as far as streets, like we have here in the Rosalind Franklin Street in in a local town near Girona in Catalonia, we have realized that there are a huge number of male names and a very low numbers of female names. Here in Catalonia, the person having the most number of streets is Marie Curie, with 28 streets. However, this is the most important scientist, female. The most important male scientist has 200 streets. As far as non-scientists, well, we have plenty of people who are in arts and politics and everything else, and the number of streets of non-scientists is high, very, very larger than the number of streets of scientists. In any case, women scientists are have a double discrimination. First of all, scientists appear far less in street names and also in school names than non-scientists, and indeed women appear far less than men. So women scientists, we must do a huge effort to provide female names to schools and streets, and also to push for science names. This is in the case of sorry, I might, okay, here. I just want to compare the scientists and street names in Catalonia. At left, you have Marie Curie streets, there are scarce. At right, you have Alexander Fleming streets. Okay, as you can see, these are the two persons having most streets in Catalonia. Well, comparison is very simple. We have a big gender issue here. As far as schools, this is just the number of female names, not only in Catalonia, but also in Valencia and the Balearic Islands. Okay, there are many females, female names that give eponym to a street that have no Wikipedia entry, unfortunately. And this is in the case of schools, we have 1,600 primary schools. There are about 600 schools that have a person name. And well, as you can see, there are few female names. The same here, you have a plot for the number of schools and eponyms in Catalonia. And this is the number of high schools have an eponym in Catalonia. Okay, at left, female, at right, male. Comparison is almost always the same. I will skip this. And I would like to pinpoint a very interesting study in a Nature Group journal about notability. This cross-verified database of notable people have the reference. And well, here you have in red the municipalities where the most notable person is a man, and in blue, municipalities whose most notable person is a woman. Against the comparison is for men. Men are always promoted, and this can be done for any region in the world. By the way, we only focus it in Catalonia, but we could focus in any part of the world. Just take a look at this interesting paper and you will be clear. So in the case of notability, only 197 places in Catalonia have notable scientists. So again, women are doubly discriminated as women and as scientists. Scientists have a hard time to be notable. Women have a much harder time to be notable, and so on. So I will stop here because these are three cases, repeat, streets, schools, and notability for researchers. And you can find a lot of information in our websites. And that's it. Thank you very much for everything.
Put my slides up there.
Testing, testing. Hello? Hello? Bye bye bye. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Bro.
Hello? Hi, is anyone missing a black bag? If so, please head to the plenary to claim the bag. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Well, let's begin here. Unfortunately, I still wouldn't mind being able to get one of our computers to work so I could show you what it looks like live. Unfortunately, all we have here is our slides working. But you know, yeah, please, Leah, let's. So yeah, do we have a handheld mic? You can use this one here. Yeah, thanks. Great, thank you. Okay, so a bit of background. This is something a number of us have been working on for a number of years here. Who here has heard of Our World in Data? A few folks, yeah. So Our World in Data is an NGO out of Oxford in the UK. They do amazing work around data visualization, and you know, right now we within the Wikimedia movement, we do a horrible job around data visualization. Our last data visualization tool has died, and it's been dead for a number of months. So this is a look at, you know, how we can make improvements with respect to what we can show within the media wiki world. Okay, so that button there. So a little more history. So for years, we've tried to take the Grapher extension and improve the Grapher extension so it can show heat maps of various healthcare conditions over time. We were able to get that to work. We basically took the data from Our World in Data, we imported it into Commons under the Data tab, and then we loaded that material from the Data tab into our Grapher tool. Unfortunately, we never got our Grapher tool to work nearly as well as the tools that Our World in Data hosts. So Yuri, when he was at the foundation, he built this this functionality into Grapher, and then when Yuri left the foundation a number of years ago, he wasn't replaced by anybody to keep the tools up to date, and thus, you know, I think that's one of the reasons why Grapher is now currently dead. So what we have built, specifically Tim Moody, one of my collaborators, has taken these more than 3,000 interactive graphs built by Our World in Data, and he's imported them onto the Wikimedia cloud. And what this allowed us to do is allowed us to make a number of adjustments to their material so that it formats within all the requirements we have within the Wikimedia movement, i.e., we removed their logo, we made their graph so it would take up half a screen or a third of a screen so it would format well within a Wikipedia article. And then we funded an extension that allowed the pulling of these graphs from the Wikimedia cloud into a MediaWiki install. And then, we looked at, are there other Wikipedias who are interested in having this material? And, the Basque Wikipedia community saw this, and they were excited about having this here usable within Basque Wikipedia itself. So the next step was the security review process, and that is sort of where, things have sort of run into roadblocks. So let's, can we show this computer right here? Perfect. Okay, so let's take a look at what and let's make that bigger for everyone. So Control Plus. So this is our own wiki that we host at Wiki Project Med, and where we've been experimenting with all of these details. And here we can load up sort of our efforts around our world and data, and we can take a look at what the functionality is. So here in the corner we have loading the interactive graph on schizophrenia and how the rates of schizophrenia vary around the world. And some of the great functionality we have, you can put your cursor over any part of the map and it will pop up a little mini graph showing you how rates of that condition has changed over time. Other nice features is Europe is awfully small. You really can't make out details of Europe within the big map. So what you can do is you can click the drop down and it will zoom into and highlight Europe. It will highlight Asia, it will highlight Africa. So, for those smaller countries out there, not just Canada, the United States and Russia can see information within this grapher tool. And then if you take a country like, France, for example, you can click on it and it'll give you, the rates over time from their data set. And then you can flip back to the map. And there are more than 3,000 of these interactive graphs. And these interactive graphs are on all sorts of topics, from climate change, from industry. There's a lot of them pertaining to healthcare. The group, Our World and Data, has done a lot of work specifically around the Sustainable Development Goals. So they have a great deal of material looking at how well we're succeeding with respect to those Sustainable Development Goals. And then if you want to look a little bit more at the back end, so here's asthma prevalence, for example. You can see the attribution. One thing all Wikipedians care about is what's the license. All of this material is under open licenses. The data is generally under a CC BY license. All the software is under an open license. So all of the work that they do is compatible with our movement. All we need to do is figure out the few steps required to bring the great work that they do into our projects. So if you click down here, what this will do is this will bring us over to, you look up the top there and you see ourworldanddata.wikimediacloud.org. So, we basically mirrored their website here. Excellent. So that's basically a whirlwind tour of what we have built. Do you want to switch back to the online slides, please? Do you want to say?
No, nothing special. I mean, we were interested in this, and once graph has died, it's even more interesting to have this.
Yeah, so with respect to why all this work is relevant to us, this will allow us to bring more interactive content to Wikipedia. We did a survey many years ago, it must be 8 or 10 now, of our readership. And we asked our readership, what should we at the Wikimedia Foundation, what should we within the media, the Wikimedia movement be working on? And their response was, we want more interactive content. We want more videos, we want more illustrations, we want more ability to engage with graphs. And this is something that was requested 8 to 10 years ago. And here we are sort of still working on making a few steps forwards, and we of course have encountered a few steps backward as well.
I would like to notice that it's not only medical content that is with MDWiki has. There are a lot of contents about economy and lots of contents about climate change and ecology. So this is, it's not only relevant to one topic. I mean, One Health and etc. Everything is relevant to medicine actually, but we can also cover other topics. And there are a lot of things like I don't know, economical impact or climate extinction, these kind of things that are very relevant and are in CSV and are free, and we could be showing.
So, you know, what are the next steps? What are the roadblocks we're currently facing? This is sort of some of them, the best I understand them. I'm not a technical person. I'm a medical physician. From what I understand from the technical folks at the Wikimedia Foundation, is the graphs would need to be moved from where they currently live on the Wikimedia cloud to living on the production servers before they could be usable within Wikipedia itself. Before this material could move to the production servers, there would need to be Wikimedia Foundation staff and Wikimedia Foundation staff time for, you know, for ongoing maintenance, and we would need them to be involved with managing this project. So I've reached out to a number of Wikimedia Foundation staff, including Selena, our new head of product and technology, and you know, of course, the foundation's stretched, all the staff departments are stretched, and you know, right now the foundation is sort of trying to narrow its focus, but we're hoping that there's interest within our movement as a whole for this sort of interactive content, and therefore, hopefully, that can help convince, you know, maybe there's a little bit of help for a few of these side projects for stuff our readers want, for stuff that our editor communities want, for next steps. One possible workaround we're looking at, so you know, as I mentioned, this could go on the production servers, but you know, Wikivoyage does something interesting, and what you can see here is you can see a sort of a map that comes from Wikivoyage, and you know, they show the OpenStreetMap tiles that come from Wikimedia Foundation servers, but they also give the opportunity for people to have map overlays that come from external sources. Now, you know, that's of questionable permissibility within our movement, but we currently have a project doing that, and we're thinking of maybe something similar for Our World in Data, at least to start, where we can show a static image of Our World in Data coming from Commons, and then when people click on that static image, like a little play logo, it then brings them over to an interactive version of that after they accept that, you know, they're going to be sharing some of their IP information with an external data source. Similar to what?
Which actually is us, also. I mean,
well, yes.
Wikimedia Cloud.
Yeah, it's going to be Wikimedia. So Wikimedia Cloud is deemed to be an external data source. Only stuff on production servers is deemed to be not an external data source. So, and then other efforts we want to do is, you know, we want to make these graphs multilingual. So currently they only exist in English. Our World in Data doesn't actively plan to make them multilingual at this point in time. This is a way we could give back to that NGO that has done this amazing work by making, you know, we have an amazing language community. We could help make their material multilingual. So that is sort of a whirlwind tour of what we're working on with respect to our collaboration with Our World in Data and graphing. Are there questions from the audience? I think we're. I imagine we're out of time, but maybe we have a chance for one or two questions.
Or suggestions.
Or suggestions, or you know, we welcome help. Technical people.
This is a comment, not a question, and you probably already know this, but just for the benefit of the audience, the foundation is still trying to figure out the situation with graph. It might come back, it might not possible to bring it back. The product manager of the editing team, Peter Pilberg, is thinking about it. So if you have comments on that, or especially if you had an unusual use case that was filled by the graph extension, then you should get in contact with Peter and make sure he knows about it, because he is evaluating all the use cases that extension field to decide what to do about its future.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. I'd be happy to use the graph extension if they can make it as beautiful as what our world and data does. Yeah. Sam?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I've just been looking at the Our World in Data GitHub repos, and they do document a little bit of their process of producing this and the decisions that they've made, the ways in which they've built this visualization tool really integrated into their database and their workflows and things. And they do say, we don't recommend you use this as a general visualization tool for your own stuff because we make product decisions about it that serve our own needs, which is disappointing in a way, but also I feel like it points to this thing of, well, maybe Wikimedia needs to do a similar thing. I think in this case, it sounds like they're optimizing for particular types of data, and if we were loading any data into any visualization, it doesn't work very well. But if we reduce our scope, maybe we have a better chance of building something that works for just what we need it to.
Technically, most of the CSVs that they serve, they have like a country code and a year code. So it's pretty standardized. And you can do something similar. I mean, you can even change that. It's pretty standardized because there are country codes and ISO code. Yes, we can do whatever we want, but they have like some codes for Europe, Antarctica, or oceans, or these kind of things. And once you have figured out, it's pretty easy to reuse that. Even knowing that it's only for that use, you can do whatever you want, but it's 3,000 more visualizations, and it could be something good to know, like how do we standardize that? Because we can do something similar to standardize.
Do we have another talk coming up after this? Yeah, okay, so come on up for whoever's speaking next.
Good. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Can you hear me? Super. What if I stand like this so I don't have to hunch over the whole time? Is this fine? Yep. Fantastic. All right. Hello, everyone. Pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. My name is Chris Litzen. With me is Alan Ang, who I'm sure most of you have seen already running around all over the place at this conference. We're here to talk about part of what my team does at Wikimedia Deutschland, which is data partnerships and how that will connect with the future of linked open data in general. What we will talk about is a brief explanation of linked open data. Alan will tell you about that. He's the brains, I'm the beauty. Make of that what you will. We'll talk about what we are in data partnerships, who's part of the team, what we do. We'll talk about why we do it. We'll talk about where we're going next. And we'll talk about how you wonderful people can help us get there. So, Alan.
Right. Thank you, Chris. So let me just do a quick overview of link open data, what it is, because it is pretty important, right? It sets the fundamental foundation of why we do what we do today. I'm sure many of you has heard about open data. There are several open data initiatives all over the world by different governments. Open data essentially refers to data that is freely available for anyone to access and use, right? It is important because such data can then be used by individuals, businesses, governments, to make better decisions and to create new products and services that will benefit humanity as a whole, ideally. So having data that are open doesn't necessarily, answers the whole picture, right? We also have this concept of linked data. So what is linked data? Linked data, therefore, is a way of publishing data on the web that can be easily connected to other data information. Now, this linked data concept works by using standardized formats and protocols to link different data together, thereby making it possible to be discovered and be retrieved in a more efficient and effective manner. So we have open data, we have linked data. What is link open data, right? It's the next level. Having open data initiatives, but the data is not linked to one another, is not necessarily very effective and useful, but it's an important first step, yes. So link open data, therefore, is a set of principles for publishing and sharing data on the web in a way that is easy to be connected and to be used and reused. So this principle of link open data include using formats that make open data openly available, and more importantly, linking the data to other data sets to create a web of interconnected information. So the link open data ecosystem, therefore, is a way of sharing and connecting data on the internet so that not only people, but more importantly, machines and computers can easily use and reuse, right? So there's many benefits to this. For example, increased visibility, increased accessibility, and improved data quality on the link open data web. So let me talk very quickly about the three important products or projects that a lot of people may have heard of, but not very familiar with behind our Wikimedia Deutschland's link open data strategy. First, we have on the right side, Wikidata. Yes, everyone knows about Wikidata, which is good. If you do not know, there are several sessions that took place earlier in this week, and it's all pre-recorded. You can take a look at it. If you seriously still do not know about Wikidata, come look for me. I'll be very happy to sit down with you and have a quick conversation. It is a free and open knowledge graph, right? And arguably, I'll put it down here, arguably the mother of all structured data in the world today. There's more than 100 million data items on Wikidata. So apart from Wikidata, in Wikimedia Germany, we also have two main products, namely Wikibase Suite and Wikibase Cloud, which I'm sure most of you are not very familiar with, and that's why we are here today as well. So Wikibase, in short, right, just for you to understand very easily, it is a software that is powering and running Wikidata. So Wikibase, therefore, is an open source database applications that also allow for collaborative editing and management of structured data, just as what you can do on Wikidata, right? So Wikibase Suite requires the user to self-install the Wikibase software onto your own database, and it requires self-hosting. So in order for the users to implement Wikibase Suite, you will require some form of solid technical understanding to use. However, if you do not have a very strong technical background, we have our latest project called Wikibase Cloud, which is a cloud-hosted Wikibase instance that you can sign up for and be part of a link open data web in this sense. And next, I'll hand back to Chris to talk about the partnerships team and projects.
Yes, very briefly, I will talk about who we are as a team. Alan will give you a little bit more about what we are as a team. So who's in the team? I'm in the team, obviously. I'm the head of the software communications team at Wikimedia Deutschland. We're embedded in the software development department there. And half of what the team does is data partnerships. And the data partnerships are all handled by our partner managers. So we have Alan, of course, who is kind of our resident expert on Wikidata. We've got Christos, who is kind of our resident expert on Wikibase. And then we've got Georgina, who is sadly leaving us very soon. And I know that many of you out there in the institutions have already met her, but I'm afraid she'll be going, which is sad. But if you ever want to know anything about linked open data or how you can get involved in Wikidata or Wikibase, these are the people that you can speak to at Wikimedia Deutschland.
So, thank you, Chris. What is data partnerships, right? This is just a quick introduction about our project goals and what we want to do. So we see data partnerships as a very, very important key component of our larger strategy that I briefly spoke about earlier on for Wikidata and Wikibase. So through data partnerships, what we really want to do is to aim to contribute to a healthy and community-driven link open data web. I wish to emphasize here this community-driven, right? It's not a top-down approach, it's not a Wikimedia Deutschland approach, no. It's going to be a community-driven approach. And that's why you can see me walking around, reaching out to different communities, you know, from this wonderful group of people attending here, so that we can really have a deeper conversation and meaningful conversation for the link open data projects. So as you can see from this diagram on the right side, you can see in the middle there is Wikidata, right at the heart of it all. And on the link open data web, we see many, many small Wikibase logo. So what this means is that if we are able to encourage more and more institutions all over the world to participate in the link open data web through Wikibase, then they will be able to be connected to the world of link open data web through other Wikibase instances, and also more importantly through Wikidata as well. And as you may or may not already know, Wikidata is also connected to many, many of the Wikimedia projects that's existing in Wikimedia movement today. Oh, sorry. So the web of link open data, therefore, should really be accessible and usable. And ultimately, our biggest goal is to increase the sum of free human knowledge for everyone else, right? So there are several ways of how we can get this whole vision done and to achieve this vision. Three main ways is collaboration, sharing knowledge, transparency, and openness. So our data partnerships team works together with different organizations, like myself, to leverage on the data and to make this data available through the Wikimedia projects. So by using link open data, we ensure that this data is therefore easily discoverable and reusable. Some of the organizations, if you have not heard of, we work with partner organizations like the German National Library. We work with Smithsonian. Is Jackie here? Yay. We also work with the Ghana Parliament. We work with Nigerian libraries. My Community Singapore Archives, as you have seen around as well in one of the sessions. And we believe that knowledge should be free and easily accessible to everyone through this sharing of knowledge theme that we really want to achieve. So by adopting the link open data principles, it enables the institutions to make it easier for us to share the data and knowledge across different communities and more importantly, across different projects as well. So we also want to promote transparency and openness, which aligns with the whole Wiki movement's values. So by adopting these principles, we are creating an ecosystem where data can therefore be shared and reused and built upon by anyone in the community who wants to contribute. So we do this by raising awareness. As you can see me running around trying to tell and share these ideas with different members of the community, and also speaking to different institutions or organizations who has never heard of Wikipedia. Yeah, there are. Wikidata or even link open data principles, right? We do this by, I wouldn't say attending workshops, but also organizing and running workshops and attending conferences like this. I also attend several other conferences like IFLA, one of the largest library conferences in the world. So we do this like product presentations, workshops of Wikidata or Wikibase. So if you or your community or your organization really wants us to come and share link open data, Wikidata, Wikibase projects or running your workshops, please let us know. We'll be very happy to support you in these projects, right? We also build relationships Networking, consulting, so we keep in touch, we keep each other cozy, so we know everyone who is in the whole ecosystem and who are interested. So we organize and participate in various community events. Yeah, we try to, limited budget, but we try to be there. We help our partners get involved in projects and connecting with institutional users of Wikidata and Wikibase as well. And of course, very importantly, very importantly, we facilitate exchanges between some of the institution's engineering partners, with our engineers, colleagues as well. So, yep, the last point you see there, facilitating communication, global Wikimedia movement. We also work with the communities to collect feedback on their experiences of using Wikidata or Wikibase, and we will provide support, to support them to navigate through the various communities. So we also work on documentation as well as gather feedback and user requirements. So we can see we try to do a lot of things here, and we're a very small team, but we are not doing it alone. We are doing it together with every one of you sitting here, with everyone in the community. Yeah. So some of the partners that we have been working with, as you can see here, German National Library, we have Ecoms, Smithsonian, my community from Singapore, and many of the other partner organizations that are not listed here as well. Oh, so let me hand back over to Chris to talk about the future of data partnerships.
Thank you, Alan. So yes, now that you're all up to speed on linked open data and up to speed on who we are and what we do, I'd like to talk about what comes next and how you folk can actually help us get there. So what our goals for the future are, increasing Wikidata and Wikibase use. That's one of the reasons we're actually at events like this. Wikidata is well known, Wikibase very much less so, and it's beholden to us to get out there and let people know what's happening, which is what's happening right now. So we do our best to put together presentations like this, attend these events, and encourage community participation, which we do via the other section of the team called Community Communications. We want to make sure this continues to happen, and I will talk a little bit more about that on a future slide. Building partner capacities is a key part of where we're headed. Lots of people want to get involved with Wikidata and Wikibase, but not all the institutions we speak with have the technical capabilities to actually do that. The advent of Wikibase Cloud has made that easier for institutions now that smaller, less technical groups can actually set up their own Wikibase instances, but it's still not simple to do. So we want to create documentation and information and workshops where people can educate themselves on how to put these things together and then ultimately start educating other people as well. Once everyone is up to speed on how it works, we want to move into new regions. Not just geographical regions, though we have started to do that. A shout out to Bodhi if he's here, who has helped us move into India already. But we want to focus on underserved communities, underserved languages, underserved knowledge in general. It's a complicated topic, and I wouldn't say we're doing the best job right now, but we are learning a lot as we go, and we're very keen to get any help or feedback or information on that topic from anyone that's here. So, 2 years ago, I wrote a very general strategic plan for where I would like to take this team at its formation. And this is how we're doing so far with each of those goals. For the Wikidata and Wikibase promotion, we really wanted to develop a marketing strategy and a marketing budget. This has not happened yet, but it's still on my to-do list. It's something I think that is really necessary because we can only be in so many places so many times in the year, but it's still important for people to hear about what Wikibase is. So we want to do something that's requires less human interaction on our behalf to spread the word. So we need to develop that and then get it out there. Ongoing, as always, is increasing the global use, spread, and awareness. introducing different partners to each other, which is something Alan is doing here. If you have a project you want to talk about, you can talk to us and we can connect you with the right people in the community or other projects that are similar. And we're always trying to find Wikimedia chapters to work with. We're doing some stuff with the Czech chapter, some stuff with the Swedish chapter, and some stuff with Wikimedia UK. But if you are a chapter representative, then we would love to talk to you. And we finished one thing, and that was to come to stuff like this. Obviously, that is something that continues to happen. Partner capacity. So we need to figure out what people need. This is much more complicated than I would have thought, because everyone needs something different and there's only so much we can do. Originally, our focus was GLAMs, galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, and each of those groups needs specific things, and each of the institutions within each of those groups needs specific things. So we're trying to broaden our horizons and come up with a more general idea of what people need, but this will take time. We need to come up with a coherent strategy for capacity building. I have in my mind how this will work, but the first part really needs to be fulfilled before this can happen in earnest. But we have started working on this already. Part of this is a kit that we're hoping to release fairly soon that will show you wonderful people how you can onboard people into the Wikibase ecosystem yourselves. And we need to create more spaces for exchange between our engineers and partners. We have some, but it's not as open or as smoothly flowing as we would like. If you haven't heard of the Wikibase stakeholder group, I would say this is the place to go for this. There's a link at the end of the presentation where you can find out how to join. And what we have done, we have looked into the translation of our documentation. This is already set to go for at least French and Spanish, I would say, for this year, but we're looking at many other languages. It's more a finance thing than anything else, but we should have at least 2 new languages by the end of the year. And the new Wikibase website is up. It's wikibay.se, everyone's favorite website, as Dan Schick likes to say. Hi, Dan. And we have a new documentation repository. Both of those are also linked at the end of this presentation. And everything else here in new regions is all work in progress. We are trying to earn the trust of more communities and institutions around the globe. This really requires on us improving our knowledge of what these institutions need elsewhere and how to connect with these different cultural and institutional groups. We've tried a few different things, and India is kind of a test case for us right now. Joining conferences that have more diverse attendees, target communities to better understand their needs, feeds directly into the previous point, I feel. And we need to come up, once we've done this test case in India, with a proper strategy for how to move beyond the EU and North America. While there are many valuable institutions in both those locations, and simply by dint of our location, we end up dealing with a lot of EU organizations, there's so much knowledge spread out across the entire globe that we would really like to get out and help people open up. All right. So, what do we want in 10 years' time with all that background? The plan is to have established connections with institutions in each major geographic region. We've tapped into 3.5, I would say, so far. We really want to push a little further into Africa. We've tapped into West Africa so far, but there's still much more to do there. And there's a lot of Latin America that we haven't even touched. We want to make sure that the partner network is the source of support. We love talking to everyone, but there's a lot of people out there and a lot of institutions, and we can't do all that talking. Not just that, we're not that technically talented. We're wordsmiths, we're not coders. So we are better at connecting people to other people that actually know what's going on. So we kind of want you guys to do the heavy lifting on all of that stuff. I hope that's okay. Related to that, we also want the Wikibase ecosystem to be growing on its own, which is the capacity building I was talking about before. We want to teach you how to bring new people into Wikibase and Wikidata, because there's only 3 of us and there's a lot of stuff out there. And we want to make sure that Wikibases are actually connected to each other and are open and available for everyone. We have a lot of Wikibases out there that are standalone or that have data that is not completely open, and our job is to chip away at those walls and make sure everything is linked, hopefully all the way back to Wikidata, so that we can add another 1 million entries onto that without really trying. Yay! All right. Thank you. Almost done, I promise. All right. So how can you guys get involved in all this wonderful stuff I talked about? The easiest way is to just email us at swe_partnerships@wikimedia.de. We are willing to talk to anyone and answer any questions you might have. If you don't want to email us, you can just spread the word about who we are, what we do, or just about Wikidata and Wikibase. If you have a project that you want to put on Wikibase, or you have a Wikibase already that you want to do more with, you can ask us about that. If it's not specifically under partnerships, then the other half of my team can definitely help you there. So we are the right people to talk to. You can also promote us to institutions. If you work at an institution that is looking to digitize or wants to get involved with Wikibase or Wikidata, feel free to send them in our direction. Yeah. And thank you all very much. Questions?
Thank you. That was super interesting and really insightful. Thank you. I'm also not a technical person, so thank you for delivering it in a way that meant I could engage with it and understand it. In the brief for this session, I'm not sure whether you used this word in the presentation, but you talked about global institutions. And so I wondered, firstly, how you define a global institution, but I guess the heart of my question is where one of those is based in a country. I mean, they're all going to be based somewhere. Sure. If they're based in a country with a Wikimedia affiliate, what's your strategy for working with that affiliate or just sharing information about what you're doing?
Hi. I think I can take that question. We really want to be very transparent, and we have always been very transparent with the various local Wikimedia affiliates.
My question was quite loaded.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's possible that sometimes things slip through the net. There's an organisation that Wikimedia UK was developing a partnership with over 2 years, and they went a bit quiet, and the next thing we knew, they were working with Wikimedia Deutschland, which was maybe what they needed to do, but it felt really like we'd been cut off at the legs. So I appreciate that things slipped through the net. I'm sure it wasn't in any way deliberate, but it's just, maybe I should have framed this more as a comment. Please make sure you are reaching out to the local affiliate where you're working with institutions.
Yes. And this is something that that's why in my little talk, my section earlier on, I was just trying to be very, very explicit about this, that we are trying our very best, and we will definitely always reach out to the local affiliates and the local communities when we are reaching out and conversing with any institutions all over the world, any part of the world. Because we believe that we can't do this independent of the community. It is just not sustainable, right, firstly. Secondly, we also believe that, what we do is a community effort. And once we involve the communities together, we are able to achieve much more than what we intended to achieve. And that's why I was speaking to representatives from Wikimedia New Zealand, right? Yes, hi. Yeah. And I was just telling them that, hey, I met up with someone from the New Zealand National Library last year right? And to start having, we have started having some conversations about, trying to have some open data, open access data from the members of the Pacific Islands as well. And I told them that I can't do this without you, and we are not going to do this without you. So Wikimedia New Zealand just recently, began to form out very nicely. So I said, let's do this together. Let's be connected. I'll write an email to introduce, put you inside. We should do this together, right? So that is something that forms the very fundamental basis of why we do what we do. And moving forward, we really want to, involve the communities more, and that we should involve the communities more together. So I hope that answers the question. I mean, if
it
you
answers
do
the question in terms of your aspirations, certainly. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and we are practically trying to do this as well, So if any of you has felt, that slighted, in this historically in the past, then I sincerely apologize, right? If you have felt like this, come speak to me.
No, it's fine, and it's clear that you're a small team, so it's just being aware of that, and it's very clear from everything you've articulated in the presentation and now that that's absolutely the way you want to be working. So that's really reassuring. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and we will make things right if it's not right, and we apologize for feelings that were hurt. Thank you.
Hi, so this is a question from the YouTube section from Aina Lee. Do you think that Wikidata labels could be used for translation since these are not complete sentences?
Yeah. Sorry, I guess I should look at the camera when I answer this question. But I'm not able to provide a meaningful answer to this question because we are not really technically savvy with regards to this, and whatever answers that I give now is not going to be satisfactory. But what I do encourage is, please send me your questions in the email that we have seen just now in the slide. Can we go back to that page? Yep. To SWE_partnerships@wikimedia.de, not only with this question, but really also explaining your use case on why do you think that it is important to you. And then we would, check with the community or even check with our colleagues from the product side and see if they can give you a more satisfactory answer that will meet the use case of the project that you're working on. Yes, okay, I guess our time is up. And yeah, if you feel free, if you have any more questions, come over, speak to me or speak to Chris, speak to us, or just drop us an email. Thank you very much for your time and joining us in this session. And thank you those online who are watching. Thank you. want to welcome two of you to Singapore. Welcome to Singapore. My name is Alan. Yes, I'm a Singaporean myself, but I live in Germany 7 years now. So yeah, first of all, welcome to Singapore, and thank you for taking time off to watch.
We're just waiting for a couple more minutes before starting.
So I hope you enjoy some of the topics. Oh, you can. Okay. Let's just chit chat a bit.
Are we in virtually or just you?
Now it looks green. That's great. Hello, everyone. Great to see you. This is going to be a participatory bit of conversation, discussion about what kinds of reference works we can generate today. So we should definitely all be at the round tables up front. So if you're here for the automagical construction, come up to the front tables. And I'm going to give a little background about the state of tools that are helpful for constructing reference works at scale. And then I'm inviting everyone here to brainstorm what kinds of new reference works we could make, what's easy now that was hard a few years ago. And some of this will lead into the Wikitopia discussions of what kinds of wiki society are now sustainable or potentially can overcome the challenges of keeping out bad actors and spam and capturing all the relevant knowledge and actually making things accessible to everyone in their own language and context. Some of you may remember the old Wikipedia weekly news forecasts about what the future of Wikipedia would be. These were dreams in 2006 about what the world would be like roughly today. And one of the summaries, still a little bit prescient, was that we would no longer have a lot of lag. Conflicts would be resolved automatically, and the software developers would already be planning the next phase of MediaWiki with built-in AI capabilities. And some of this is true, but I think to a great degree, all the conversations we've been having at this Wikimania about AI have been tentative, with the idea that maybe it's going to be a problem for current workflows, it'll be a problem for current editors, and what do we do about that? So I'm asking a different question. Let's think about the kinds of new reference works that we could all make, and then see the extent to which they fit into current frameworks, and figure out whether this can advance some of the current projects or whether it makes sense to think of these as new sibling projects or to find other people who are now doing the same work, but they're doing it under the rubric of automation and AI models and not even thinking about privacy and free licensing and collaborativeness that has brought us together in the first place. A few years back, we had much earlier generation conversations about what AI and the Wikiverse looks like. Andrew and Sarah both helped organize a hackathon with the Met and Microsoft and MIT. And people were just imagining what the future of museums could be in a world of AI. And the Met was pretty open to the idea that they might be generating parts of their museum catalogs They might be trying to fill in gaps in the historical record in ways that felt genuine or that they could at least use to illustrate a concept, not just artists' renditions, but some actual synthesis from available data. But things have changed since then, and there are a lot of things that felt like they were curious but not necessarily satisfying that are much more plausible now. So, Sarah, if you want to talk a little bit about this. This is your body of work.
Yeah, just briefly, but some of the things I've been thinking about recently, I work on large generative models in AI, and most of the time, we take data as a fixed thing, and we try and design better platforms around it, platforms that ingest it, make sense of it. Maybe some of that sense making is done by humans or in collaboration with the platform, but data is something about the world and it's fixed. And one of the things that I'm most excited about with kind of our new generation of language models and image generation tools is that maybe the data isn't fixed, right? And so there are some structural properties of these large generative models that lend themselves to making something that I like to borrow from a colleague, Philip Isola, called data plus plus. Thinking about data as something that we also have a model for, right? Where every archive might come hand in hand with a model that could generate additional entries in that archive. So what are these properties of such large generative models that kind of give us this data plus plus? Well, one thing is that they can take a small data set, data about the world, and turn it into a much larger data set. And as these models improve in quality, the fidelity of that larger data set is better and better, right? And so we can increasingly kind of interpolate between existing pieces of data in some small data set we have and flesh out what lies kind of in those gaps. And there are other kind of interesting structural properties that allow us to do kind of more informed extrapolation, but even just that interpolation itself is already pretty interesting and useful. And also importantly, these outputs are themselves steerable and controllable. And as we learn more about how to design better architectures and understand how they represent information, then we can not only interpolate data that fills kind of in the gaps between something in our existing data set, but we can do that in an informed way. And we kind of started to, as SJ hinted at, do something like this in the MET project, but it was a bit ad hoc, kind of steering randomly between maybe existing artworks in a museum digital collection. But I'm sure most of you have experimented with like text control, right? Recently, text-guided diffusion models allow us to steer through this latent space of information using the language, which is excellent because then we can kind of beef up our data sets in these much more intelligent, controlled ways. So I would kind of think of the provocation for this session as asking, what happens when we can make better data, and the data that we're designing platforms around is not something that's fixed, but something that can be kind of automatically augmented, right? Auto-translated, and these kinds of gaps can be filled in. And maybe once we kind of come to terms with that, then we can start thinking about platform redesign around that fact. But I think the marriage of these two things is now kind of in a different place even than when we were a couple years ago when we did this project with the Met, because the quality of the large models that we're collaborating with is just a lot more promising, and scaling is part of that. So, all right, I'll turn it back over.
So I find the changes in the last couple of years very inspiring. Echo likes to say you should always be ready to rewrite the encyclopedia, and we can definitely redefine the sorts of things that we can write. One example from a session yesterday was expanding the idea of Wikipedia to include enriched citations, citations for every claim, automated citation evaluation or quality evaluation for articles that could expand on the Wikipedia 1.0 project, which is wiki project-based assessment of the quality and importance of every article. So let's brainstorm for a minute, everyone who's here. If you have a laptop, get your laptop out. And we have a handful of examples of things that can be automated on the Etherpad for Newpedias. And let's take 3 or 5 minutes to write down things that you work on that you can imagine being automated if everything worked out. I think we can also easily imagine ways that current automation might fail. So make notes of the things that would give you pause in simply completing a catalog. with the automatable versions. A nice example in the world of glossaries, since there are a lot of glossary-based models, is you can generate topic catalog from a corpus of documents, and you can generate definitions from all of them from the same documents. And Wiktionary has been intentionally limited to things that reach some level of notability with plausible etymology and plausible usage cases. This is an example where you get usage cases for free, but maybe not the etymology. And I'll talk through an example that I'm working on, and then let's come back together and look through the examples at the end and see which of them has an existing prototype that people are using, and how we could imagine that actually building a sustainable community of practice. I think one of the interesting features of a really successful generative model is that it can speed up a lot of the maintenance tasks, which are usually what cause a briefly successful wiki to fade, right? There's some threshold of activity below which we know wikis die out. And a lot of that is keeping things fresh, avoiding changes that are somehow against the initial spirit of the project. And for many of these things, some of these tasks that models are very good at, like translation, transfer across modalities, translation into different media formats or for audiences at different reading levels, some of those things are actually just very easy now. And rather than the initial translation requiring the participation of the community, there's more a moderation task of making sure that the whole still fits together, that there's some style guides that are applied uniformly, that new contributors feel welcome and are able to contribute themselves. There's a lot that's been done on summaries and abstracts. And really the initial generation of abstracts for journal articles was for a Wikipedia-like desire to have a quick overview of everything in a catalog. Please. And could someone get the other microphone so we can pass it around?
Is it okay? In these last few months, I've been creating categories on Italian Wikipedia for musicians because we have the category albums by, singles by, and so on. But in many cases, we miss the categories. I have been helped by Nigo, so I have a list of categories that are missing. But I like creating them by hand, so I'm not going to ask to a bot, even if for sure it could be done by a bot. So, no, I mean, of course, in many cases, some work should be done automatically or something. But in some cases, I mean, sometimes I like doing just something which I don't have to think too much. So I wouldn't like for a bot to do that work. Just something silly to say. So I know it's silly, but maybe I don't think it's so rare anyway. I think that in many cases Wikipedians like doing things just like this without that could be
it's
done.
very fun, yeah. But for all the things that are fun, it's also good to have tools to speed it up. So is there a piece of the categorization that you think can be learned as a repeatable style?
Yeah, I mean, it could probably be done automatically. I mean, you have to check a few things. Maybe the category exists with a slightly different name without the article or with the ambiguation. Then you have, but it could be done by both for sure, yeah. But I am not going to ask, please don't tell anyone from Italian Wikipedia. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, I mean, just this, okay.
There are some aspects of catalog alignment that reminds me of trying to figure out how to fill out an artist's publication catalog from a range of different sources. And some of those have in many of these things, the whole task is generally fun and takes a lot of human creativity, but there are parts of it, like coming up with the full list of possible titles. It's just a lot of searching and deduplicating. And some of those things can be pretty cleanly handed off to a model. Yeah. I think once a model is tangibly a partner in this, getting the model output to start feeling like your own output is a bit like getting a good info box template to work, or getting the style guide right so that your collaborator in a different time zone is now making things that feel like they've captured everything you learned about what makes things easy to read.
SJ, I'll just highlight one thing I put up there, the purple, which is Nassim Chaboun had an interesting presentation at this conference about sound maps, which is basically recording audio of different locations around London and having that be the main content, so that you're listening to neighborhoods, not looking at neighborhoods, which I thought was really interesting. But I think this does highlight something that I've been trying to get the attention of the foundation for a while, is to support these types of things, of experimenting with making new PDAs, whether it's through AI or through other means, is to have a more kind of modular playground where we could try these things out rather than needing really deep developmental knowledge to do these things. So for example, like Wikidata Query has some nice canned ways to do maps, to do timelines, right, to do these types of interesting things, but they haven't changed in probably 7+ years. It's still the same suite of very basic ways to take the data and make it displayable. So to have some kind of real robust framework there instead to say, hey, here's all these cool new JavaScript libraries out there, like Kepler, to do like 3D mapping and things like that. It'd be nice to have a more modular system so that we could actually try these things out very quickly rather than needing to do a heavy lift of, coding something from top to bottom.
Yeah. And a lot of the Scalia components could be described as a model that would then be usable in a lot of different environments, but it just shows up right now. All right, one more minute for writing down notes of things that you've been working on. And then we can wrap this with some more utopian thoughts. Also, if any of you have explicitly worked with one of the current models to try and help tune or train them, I would love to hear about that. I don't know how the latest lift-wing versions of ORES are being updated. Yeah, neutrality. Whoever added that for new articles. That would be great. Can someone say a little more about suggested AFD resolutions?
Yeah, it would be maybe a terrible idea, but it could also sort of work. Yeah, it could be maybe a terrible idea, but could also sort of work, that you could evaluate how everyone voted on an articles for deletion page and say where the consensus of the discussion is. Like I say, it might be a terrible idea, but you could also maybe see who's citing actual policy, where people agreeing with each other, what are the possible range of things that someone might select. You probably don't want to have to sentence an article to life or death based on this, but it might give you some idea of some possible range of options.
Yeah, reducing the amount of time people have to spend on social mediation or knowledge mediation would be nice. Because that is fun, but also a source of burnout. This is great. Okay, take one more minute and look over the high-level ideas here, all the bolded ideas, and put up to 3 pluses next to ideas that you would find particularly useful.
3 pluses distributed?
Yes, distributed. Or if there are some that you think would not work out very well, leave a brief comment about what you think the problem would be. Great. Thanks, everyone. So the last question that I posed at the beginning was, what is this? How does this change the kinds of projects that we could accomplish as wiki communities? What does this mean for the sorts of wiki societies and knowledge societies that we can support? And Faros, if you want to come and say a little bit more about that and introduce the ideas of at least the utopian flavor, if not the dystopian flavor.
Yeah, we can get that too.
Okay. And you may have to change tabs.
Yeah, how to change tabs. That one's a secret.
Yeah. They're all secrets. Sorry. Where'd it go?
Okay. Anyway, I'll just start talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, welcome everyone. I wanted to share today the. Oh yes. Okay. Welcome everyone here and in person and online. I want to share today the Wikitopia proposal / discussion / concept. The idea is that Wikimedia is inherently a utopian concept, and we shouldn't be approaching it quite as ordinary business as usual. And it's valuable to think big and to think of larger areas we can expand to. And in fact, it's necessary. I don't think we'll survive as a niche product, as a niche experience. And that's sort of there's this wild ideas track at this conference, and I created this with this very much in mind. Yeah, so the idea is that we need a radical evolution of the Wikimedia movement in response to global trends. There's the Wikiway is an alternative to the Silicon Valley empires of the world and the over-commercialization of the internet and all the attendant problems that brings. I think that that the nonprofit approach has a unique strength on digital spaces that it doesn't in other places, and I think we've underutilized what we can do online with the nonprofit approach. So the idea is that there are there's some shortcomings. So there's some shortcomings in the movement, and there's some barriers to growth based on what has happened in the past. So we have to update or replace some of the concepts that have limited us, perhaps. So rather than technological humility and sort of trying to use other folks' products and seeing how we integrate properly with commercial services, we might think about some technological autonomy. Instead of an academic conservatism, we might look more toward creativity and how we can, be not just like, the conservative accepted thing, but also try new exciting things, because we shouldn't be trying so hard to be Encyclopedia Britannica 1911. We're a little bit past that stage, and we can try. It's time to try new things and to be exuberant about it. And the other is that rather than being a selective movement or a movement that's sort of neutral and faceless, we should try to be a movement that embraces solidarity. That not just first I was going to use community, but I think more than community solidarity, we have to embrace ourselves as sort of a class of free knowledge producers and users. That's broader than just the editorship. That's a very large part of society that gets a benefit from it. I do see it as a utopian project. Some people think that Wikimedia is about 23 years old. It's actually about 23 centuries old, which is when the Library of Alexandria was built. And it's gone quite a utopian way, but it still has quite a ways to go. So for the exercise for today, I took 3 of these ideas, and I'm suggesting that we have a writing exercise in groups to write some things about the future utopian movement, and maybe to describe it in a narrative way to help establish a strategy. So it depends on what you want to do, but there are 3 here. One is the Wikisocial 1.0 manual, which is an introduction to Wikisocial 1.0, which is the toolkit for all social and sort of search communications around the movement. 2 is a Very Wiki Day, which is a diary entry. You write a diary entry for one person's fictional person's engagement with Wikipedia, the Wikiverse, on a particularly serendipitous, busy, and wiki-filled day. The protagonist is not a heavy editor, but makes full use of both existing and, importantly, future free knowledge projects. So many of the things that, say, Sam and Sarah were alluding to. And how they get around town, how they cook, how they work, how they get their news and information, things like that. And the third one is getting the solidarity aspect, the Wiki Woodstock anthem. So this envisions that we have, at some point in the future, we have a folk festival of folk internet culture. I'm wearing the T-shirt for one today for the Clean Water Festival, founded by the folk singer Pete Seeger, which saved the Hudson River in New York. And I think this kind of thing can work for our social movement as much as it works for the environmental movement and the labor movement. And the idea is you're writing the great song of the anthem of Wiki Woodstock, and talk about what people are doing there and in other social engagements and the history and struggles of the movement. And yeah, I'd encourage you to get in groups, and I'm going to get some poster board and some Post-it notes, and you can pick a topic and work on it together, and then you can post it on Wikispore. And you can reach the page on Wikispore by going to utopia.wikispore.org.
Say one more word about what
Wikispore is the place where all your wildest dreams come true, particularly if you want to start a new wiki that's in the Wikimedia ecosystem. We'll gather a small number of tables, please. You're encouraged. Yeah, if you want to start at 2 tables, would be great. Pick a topic and maybe write some ideas for it. So you can write song lyrics for the Woodstock anthem. You could write things to happen on the Very Wiki Day. Event planning, and also event planning songs describing what's happening with Woodstock. I put this. Put them together, and once you do a few of them, you can compile them into a document to your secretary to post on Wikispore.
Can I have a 5-minute recap? Because this is 2 sessions run together now, isn't it?
Okay,
what happened
unfortunately
in the
have to
first
leave
one?
in 10 minutes. No, the first one ended. But I will have to start.
Okay.
I'm pretty interested.
Okay, right.
We need some more direction, Richard.
So we already have so figure out how to get started.
Yeah. So maybe you want to do the very wiki day, so where someone has Wikipedia has a lot of new projects. We do a lot of interesting things. We replace a lot of the commercial internet, a lot of commercial, not commercial information internet anyway. And how does someone go about their day? What's their diary entry? Maybe they get some pizza. Maybe they learn how to cook something. Maybe they see something. Maybe it's election day. Yeah, if you have any ideas of what someone might do, going around, and you can use that as a guide if you want.
Actually, I would see that when you go my glasses on. So to create a wiki day, right?
Yeah. Someone has a very wiki-filled day. That's helpful.
Oh. So like your alarm clock goes off, but how has that like evolved in the future, potentially, in our imaginations?
You get your morning news, you're probably getting wiki news. You have something for breakfast, maybe you get a wiki recipe.
And you choose your time zone.
Oh, I see. I like what you're getting at. What you're getting at is how do you incorporate something about Wikipedia into your daily life.
Yeah. But like not just Wikipedia as it is, but the different Wikipedia projects that.
So it's not something outside of you that what you do.
So, I wish it was earlier in the day. My brain is like half like.
Well, think of like food. Think of like shopping. Think of all sorts of things that you might do. That you might go to like a Google or some different app store.
Okay.
Maybe you get some entertainment from wiki stuff. There's all sorts of things like that.
The wiki is also.
What about time? Sorry, I've gone on to like an alarm clock time tangent, but like. But like, what about an idea where? What do I mean? Like. We're in our different geographic time zones, but perhaps what you're doing is choosing the like time that you're in to fit with the activities that you're going with.
Yeah, maybe you find you're
Like-
playing with some wiki activities in another time.
Yeah, something like that. Sorry. We can do it.
Yeah. So they probably have some wiki maps that they're using. They probably have some. Maybe probably, let's say that it's an election day, that's an option. They get some wiki information on this local election, which they know nothing about. And they don't know what to do. It's,
Oh, I've done something like that before.
Yeah, I mean, you end up looking up the candidates.
You deal
like,
with
right
the
before you
candidate.
vote sometimes.
And then that,
Issues are-
I did something like that once before, and it got deleted. It was too political. Can you imagine?
Yeah, we're doing
It sat up there for about 2 or 3 months.
You think?
Because it was one of these conferences, they mentioned the role that we could play during an election. We could like do a Wikipedia article on a candidate.
Yeah.
And then from that, people will learn about that candidate who will help in the election.
Yeah.
But that kind of stuff can get really, really political.
Yeah, definitely.
And the person that I did the Wikipedia article on, she was challenging the city over public property that was being used by developers.
Okay.
And we had found out all kinds of stuff, how the mayor was changing titles and property. And then we put something in there about de Blasio, and that was removed first. And then the article itself was removed.
Oh.
And she didn't win the election because the real estate board had been sponsoring other candidates and telling lies about that candidate.
Like this is the song, right?
Yeah.
But you might be
everywhere
lucky.
like that.
you might be lucky.
Yeah.
But at least it'd be a source where someone get to know who that candidate really is. I don't know where you live, but in New York, you don't really get to hear anything other than a week or so. All of a sudden, you start to see things. So I tried to make a difference because I was at a conference and somebody mentioned that that's something we could do, and I tried it.
like the idea of the song incorporating these things.
What else is on our wiki day other than like, yeah.
The guy in line. I read the
Erupts.
Wikipedia article about this, and then I reply. I thought of like you make something with the recipe and you can find the lucky person.
Yeah. Nice.
The acronyms I think are. Well, that's the I've been trying to figure out part of the rule about it.
Why isn't there photos of this on Wikiversity?
Yeah.
You can see ingredients on Wikidata. You see there's the thing for Wikidata cocktail cocktail recipes?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny early application.
No, I didn't get to see it.
Someone's gonna have to volunteer
I've
to
been
sing this
dealing
at the end, too.
mostly with
Someone's gonna have to volunteer to sing this at the end.
using Wikipedia to create curriculum.
Oh, cool.
We had quite a few karaoke.
And using the wiki create books.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So I would start off with an article,
Yeah.
like an article I'd write or an article I already written.
Yeah.
And then we would find keywords and terms, and then take that, Google, find the Wikipedia articles that connect.
Yeah.
And we did that for a Juneteenth event
Oh, yeah.
because Sherry wanted to do something on Juneteenth.
Yeah. Pizza Place is on a wiki somewhere.
Oh, you know what? You know what's happening now about the pizza
I
cards?
wrote a fake newsletter from 2022.
It's very serious. They want to charge all the people who have the wood ovens.
Some of the predictions.
They want them to pay like $20,000
I need to.
for this device. So as far as pizza go, we might lose our affordable food. I could see doing a wiki tour where we find Wikipedia articles and take, and that way we can take it off the page.
Great mind.
Wiki tour.
Summary of the book.
What time
When
does
it's
it
not
start?
simple, maybe it's not.
Create your own book.
Chapters.
Is there a way to review? I'm just in 5 minutes.
There isn't. There should be. So, but there should be a way to review.
We're going to generate
Wiki source?
for everyone in the song.
Yeah, I've seen a lot about. I want to use that more. I've used Wikidata,
Yeah.
but I really like you can do so much with the books.
Yeah. That's not something I ever do anything in. Like,
Yeah.
Find the grave is limited. That's one of the things that
Someone told me about a book called, since Juneteenth, issues of transatlantic slave trade. So this guy I know that works for Bloomberg Radio, and he's an older guy, and he does a stock exchange in South Africa, and he told me to read this book, The Two Princes of Calabar.
Okay, yeah.
So I ordered the book from Amazon,
Yeah.
and after reading the book, I decided, wow, from what I learned from the book, I wrote things down, and from that, I wrote a wiki book.
All right.
Just from that.
So
I call it reference
It's
books.
incorporated
Yeah.
some
You don't have to
specific
start from the beginning to the end.
Now we're
Yeah.
earning bar starts.
So I've done like about 6 of those during the lockdown.
I could edit forever in this way.
That's really cool. That's an amazing initiative.
Huh?
That's an amazing initiative to like.
But you know what was really weird? If you can't get people to physically, I was in another session they were talking about, it's difficult to get people to actually edit.
Yeah.
So I was able to bypass that. I was able to get them involved in discussions,
Yeah.
conversations,
Yeah.
and looking for information.
Yeah.
And talking about what to put in the book. Even though I was doing all the editing, I still was able to keep them involved by using that.
I'm gonna write that down as an idea to steal. That's all right.
Huh?
I'm gonna write that down as an idea. If that's
Yeah, it
all right.
worked. We did about 6. We
What
did.
was your? Can you give me a title?
Let me give you some of the titles. We could create a wiki cookbook.
Yeah, there's a wiki cookbook on Wiki Books, and it's like it's almost a sister project.
Like we could make our
It's a little
own.
bit specialized.
And keep it on Wikibook.
Wait, you know what we could do since we're here? We could find out about food. Find Wikipedia articles about food in Singapore.
Yeah.
And then take those recipes and put them in Wikipedia book.
Are there like criteria for creating one? Are there criteria for creating one?
It's pretty. It's very open. You know, you decide where you want to put things. It's very open because you're using existing articles.
Yeah, yeah.
So the only thing you're writing is maybe the introduction.
Yeah.
That's about all, you know.
Yeah.
And it's good for people because you say you don't have to edit. So it's like an editor's tool. You become like an editor. Like he says, everybody likes food. So here's some of them. The first one I did with the project during the lockdown was I wrote an article a long time ago about the Associated Negro Press, right? A lot of people don't know that we had a thriving Associated Press, Negro Press, in the 20s, 30s, and the 40s, and the 50s. And then in the 60s, and so people don't even know. And it wasn't just in the United States. It was actually, they didn't even use the word Pan-African, but it was people from all over the world that were contributors. So it was an article that I wrote about 4 years ago. So I wanted to engage people, so I took that article, and then from that article, we created the Wikipedia book from the people that participated in that.
That's amazing.
So early writers, Associated Negro Press, and African American newspapers.
That's so cool. Can I take a photograph of the page?
And then, now some of them I put, now this one was done around COVID.
Oh, yeah.
When people were saying, why is it that a lot of African Americans are very paranoid about doctors?
Oh, wow.
So because that was happening in reality, in my environment, we pulled this one together. Medical history, healing practices in Africa, African diaspora, and the Caribbean. Now you can have this. Now this, okay, these are the user books under my username.
Okay,
Now this platform has almost gone away, so now you have to transfer to PediaPress. But anyway, you can look at some of those.
Yeah, thank you.
But it's about 6 of them.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Like, say you're trying to learn something,
Yeah.
right? You can create a book around it.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Huh?
Like, yeah, really, yeah.
And I did one on cryptocurrencies for newbies
that's cool. Yeah.
because I was interested. That's not my field of study or
Yeah.
anything. So I'd like to see, I think Wikipedia has a big role to play in education. We can do it better than a machine.
Yeah, definitely.
A machine does not have an imagination. A machine can just do what we tell it to do, but it can sort through billions of documents. But that's not an imagination.
Yeah.
So I don't buy into all that superiority of the machine.
What if AI is helping write this one?
It's a tool, it's a good tool, it moves fast, that's it.
Yeah.
But if you give me your email address, I will send you some of the books I did.
Thank you.
And another thing we discovered from doing one around Juneteenth, because I wanted to, I did one on a woman named Patricia Singletary.
I have not heard of
No,
her.
Patricia Roberts.
Okay.
No, Andre, that one was Andre Roberts.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of times when Juneteenth was the holiday, you don't know about the culture.
Yeah, I know about Juneteenth.
Okay.
Yeah.
I felt like the narrative was very limited. Everybody just says the people in Galveston, Texas found out late that they were emancipated. So that's what everybody says, like public. So I started to just research, started from nowhere. So I found out about Andrea Roberts and how she has altered the narrative. It's not what people think at all. It's like, what do you do and what do you build after emancipation? You just run around and wave flags. Is that emancipation? That doesn't even, that's a child, right? So we found out that in Texas alone, after enslavement, they built 550 what they call it, freedom colonies, freedom settlements. That wasn't in the narrative. So we wrote a Juneteenth reader.
That's cool.
You see how that works?
Yeah.
And we did the same thing around cryptocurrencies for dummies. And we did, let me see.
That's really interesting. Thank you. That's really.
You can create your own book.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm fascinated about it is when I was in college, I don't know if you heard of Marshall McLuhan?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, he predicted that you would be able to create your own book.
I did not know that.
Because I studied Marshall McLuhan.
Okay, yeah.
But when I was in college, you did what your classes told you to do. But then it was always the college outside the college.
Yeah.
Where you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And nowadays you do just what the college tells you to do.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
you know, radical students in the late 60s,
Yeah.
early 70s, we were a little different.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things he predicted. So that's why I love doing
Yeah.
the books.
That's so cool.
And it's a YouTube clip where he's talking about where we're going with the technology.
Wow.
And I have that YouTube clip. I wish I could have shown it when we were doing the presentation.
Yeah.
It's like a 3-minute
Which
clip.
was your presentation?
It's like a 2-minute clip.
Okay.
Marshall McLuhan's predictions of future technology capabilities is very much like what we are able to do using the Wikipedia book creator.
Brain fizzing.
Hmm?
Brain fizzing. Like, so many ideas.
You know? They even predicted that everybody was going to be in everybody's business.
So true. Yeah.
But I think, and I went back and read all of his stuff. I read it in college. I read it recently when I started to do some work. But I think the main challenge is, even Wikipedia challenge, we live in a world where people are not really readers. And we come from a print culture, all of us.
Yeah, consumption's changing.
So we're dealing with a very visual world, and they want everything summarized. And then we're dealing with the television age and the radio age, and then the early computer age. We're dealing with a plug and play mentality. And the new technology even enters that. It's not a plug and play reality. You live in a world nowadays where you're constantly problem solving.
Yeah.
Constantly figuring out how to do this. You can't plug and play it.
Yeah.
Now with AI again, we're seeing another version of plug and play. But it's the machine.
Yeah.
So how do we?
Yeah.
But I think Wikipedia has a big role to play in education.
Yeah, definitely.
They want something to be able to summarize an article.
Yeah, and it's where people go, whether you want them to or not. Like all my students, like they go to, so I teach archaeology, and they go to the Wikipedia page for the site before anywhere else. Before any of the articles delivered to like
Together we rise,
their inbox.
AI by
It's like everything's right there for them.
Yeah.
You see also the references. So there's a lot there in that
Totally.
Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
If they would just explore the page.
Yeah, the problem is that some of the articles just aren't, not necessarily in my teaching, but in other people's teaching. Like the quality
Oh no,
isn't
the very last line of the
necessarily
whole
helpful
song.
for them, or like the opinions.
Pretty
in
good
it,
outro until the
'cause they
last
don't
line. In the
necessarily
spirit of
arrive
collaboration, our
with the
anthem rings true
scrutiny
for the
of,
toils
like,
of many
Wikipedia.
codes we construe.
So,
Power to the
yeah.
Wikimedians every single day.
But it, yeah,
in
what
unity
you're
with
saying
AI, we
is-
light
yeah,
the way.
it's really- Yeah, thank you for sharing it.
So how do we bring the public that is
Yeah.
very educational trigger?
Yeah, and it like, you know, yeah, and how do you, yeah.
Will these new tools replace the classical classroom, which is it's stoic? I mean, it's not even stoic; it's stuck somewhere.
Yeah.
Now students, they can have students write their own books.
Yeah.
Be editors.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
And then also, I think one of the things we've learned, and I've learned from editing, when you start to write something, you're starting from zero.
Yeah.
And then
Got it.
once
I'll
you get
bring
a
in the
little
theme of
space,
reclaiming
you
AI for the
think you
public
know
good
it.
and emphasize its
But you
utility for the
don't.
collective benefit.
So
Here's
we
the
have a
vision.
bad habit of thinking we know what we don't know. I don't know if it's a cultural thing
Yeah.
or whatever. But then we have to go further.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden it's like, wow, I thought I grasped it,
Yeah.
but I didn't.
No.
So it's being honest.
Yeah. A colleague wrote a really good article about what a medievalist, a medieval historian, what they can, how, things they can do with Wikipedia. And one of the most important things he said was to add sections on like historiography or like interpretation to help to add a body of content that shows that the past is not static. people see it different ways. And it's still objective because it's so-and-so says this and so-and-so has the other opinion. But he was saying that will then, the hope is that will then help with people's like understanding of the topics, and people will start to look at a Wikipedia page and go, oh, say this topic is interpreted. It's not one thing. It's not, you know, monochrome. It is something that's interpreted. So I've started doing that quite a lot. Where
And then you can take an article and create a wiki book from the article.
Yeah.
Well, what you pull out of it.
And you could pull out, like, oh, my brain. It's melting.
But it's fun.
Yeah, yes, definitely fun.
And you're learning. You're navigating. Navigating is learning. So the classroom, the traditional classroom is stoic. You're not navigating. You're being told.
Yeah.
So what does that do for your brain?
Yeah. Not a lot.
Not very much, right? So that's where Wikipedia is actually progressive.
Yeah.
You know, it's got a big role to play.
Totally.
So we got to see that we're not, you know.
Yeah. I like the idea of like querying Wikidata to find out what to have for dinner. Like, I find that quite a good idea.
Also, like, maybe you want to like, you could also do it to pair food and wine with the movie you're watching. Yeah. The Wiki Sommelier. Wait, I just found the killer app Wikidata.
I'm going to put it down before that idea is forgotten.
Yeah, really. Pick that picture again.
Give it again a life form.
You could.
What do I have in my refrigerator? And I have next to my refrigerator, and get it. And I want to, whatever. Watch some film or whatever that's based on that. Or make some dish based on what I'm watching.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. Better than AI.
Wiki tours. I could find articles that give tours.
Yeah, I always wanted to have walking tours on walking tours. There's so much to, especially I don't know, I think I'm sitting here.
There's so many the possibilities are open.
Yeah, and there are ways of like navigating different areas and different themes. And, I was thinking about like weird type of architecture that can sort of
right.
Obscure group or movement.
Well, you could. I mean, I don't know enough about structured data, but could you again follow that choose your own adventure idea and be like, I'm in this place, I'm interested in, I don't know, Victorian architecture.
Yeah.
Can you build query? Can a query build me a tour? And then that could then map onto, and then like download the coordinates.
You probably could. Yeah.
Yeah, or like, yeah, or you could, but there'll be other kind of data, you know, but I want to stop at a toilet on the way, because in the UK we've just put all the public toilets on Wikidata.
So jealous.
But you can totally do that.
We have virtually no public toilets in here.
Oh no, oh well.
Where do you live?
England,
Oh.
yeah. Oh, it's broken. It's come to the end.
There's so many possibilities. And then people are going to come up with different things.
Yeah.
Different ways to utilize it.
Totally.
Wait, there's my
There-
shirt. Like in New York, the way they're destroying buildings. Oh yeah. It's like we don't take pictures of them.
So we have.
Are they gonna be in the library?
This conference, is that right? Or do we
And I love old
between?
architecture.
Annie had another one.
I'm just going to write this
She went to the
down.
fashion show.
I
was like wondering, I was like, that's
totally
double
different
checks.
common
Funny.
and
Yeah.
Wikidata. And I heard some presentations today that I can't believe how people are using Wikicommons. I just take pictures of events and things like that, but I didn't know you could do all of that. It's vast.
I don't know, if it was not that, it was very similar.
I know Wikimania. Because when we did like 2 hours.
I did one article in 2018
We met just
on a town called Timbuktu, New York.
so she went.
Nobody really knew. I found out about it 20 years ago. When I found out it didn't have an article, I started working on it. Then while working on the article, I found out that they had a blues festival. And it's an organization called John Brown Lives.
Yeah.
And I told a friend about it. So we went to Lake Placid and hooked up with that organization. Had a great time.
Amazing.
So that is one where you can take it off the page.
Yeah. Yeah.
Taking it off the page.
Leave it. Yeah.
So it becomes more social.
I agree with that, actually.
And then it becomes more part of our
Is
life.
that a
It's
real
not
thing?
something stagnant and online.
I added the walking tour, so you might have to photograph it and go in.
I think so.
But I might go and try and find a coffee or some other kind of drink. Yeah, thanks for.
Did you find it first?
Richard is always coming up with ideas.
Yeah. So he designed these shirts.
I would have tweeted out,
Thanks for feeding my brain a little. Thank you.
So all the things I missed, I can go to
amazing.
YouTube.
So there's like
Okay,
animal
yeah,
like
stay
stuff.
busy. Yeah, just stay busy.
You want to do any explicit?
Yeah, is anyone, or maybe someone's maybe someone will watch it later. Yeah, okay, so I can share.
Just remind people.
Yeah. Well, you can find us on the page, on the Wikisupport page. We have some suggestions here. What is WikiTime? Is it self-selected? Wiki News for free streaming podcast. Wikipedia has all the maps to navigate. Alice picks the food recipe she likes on Wikiversity. So this is the fictional person, is Alice in this case. Add ingredients on Wikidata. Add photos on Commons. Wikivoyage is used by Alice for planning her trip itineraries. Share image to Wikisocial and opt into scanning into Commons. Go to school for free online at Wikiversity. Wiki Sommelier, mix food and wine with mix your choice of food and wine with a particular film. Wiki Tours. What? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Wiki Tours. So we're sharing the fictional adventures of Alice as she goes about her very wiki day using Wikipedia, but also the other Wikimedia projects, but especially the ones that haven't been invented yet. Besides the Wiki Sommelier and the Wiki Tours and the Wikiversity, she also reviews a book on Wikisource. She reads a bedtime book on Wikisource, and she reads a public domain book before bed. So that's several other things. But Alice has a very eventful day, learning through Wikimedia projects and learning about her neighborhood and her communities. And so yeah, so are we? Is the song ready, or should we wait for that? And who's going to sing?
We're not singing. Yet.
Okay. Okay, so we have a Wikimania chapbook.
So people go to the chapbook. Right now there are 5 songs.
There are 5 songs. There are 5 songs. What a productive cultural movement we are.
I will revise. Let's get information. Commons fornication. A wiki day. And monkeys at typewriters.
And I will do a wiki tour on Wiki Day.
Okay. Nice. Thanks, everyone. Okay, thanks, folks at home, wherever you are. Say hello to your cat for me.